This one. Raining.
It is raining.
It was like the sun rain.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you can all have it. I'm good with that.
Oh shit!
I'll have.
No, we didn't level last week, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No, it was the inspiration that I was begging for.
Oh, okay.
My little circle didn't have a little dragon in it, and it was all lonely and sad.
I still remember the. Yeah, I'll try to use it for a more important thing this time.
Are we getting inspiration back? Okay. Sure.
Hit this again. Kill it again.
That all made sense.
That was literally the longest yawn I've ever heard.
Oh, that was like that was some Bush League stuff right there. Hey, look, it's a cart. The cart has a character sheet. It's a level 1 barbarian.
Oh man, I made it as a character? Lame.
The cart's not very persuasive.
What did I miss?
It's got proficiency in strength saves though. Not that it helped. There's a cart handout and it's a character sheet, so I'm just rolling things off of it. Race is cart. Alignment. Neutral wood.
I knew the wood was coming.
Background. Tree.
Possibly multiple trees.
Ooh, good point. We'll put tree and then in parentheses S. Now, my first thought was it would have proficiency in land vehicles, right? But can a cart can't drive itself.
I don't know.
I don't know, man, but it keeps me up at night.
Well, I got a question. If it has inspiration, would you consider it driven?
Ooh. Excellent fight. I'll give it inspiration.
Flaws. Sometimes it can be a bit naughty.
Oh, woof.
And that was the bad one.
Oh,
That was the Kroner. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, do you want to move that up to the boons category if that's your thing?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a beverage before we get started.
Did our map get more detailed?
I don't think so. I think this is the one we had the whole time.
Was it?
I thought so. Could be wrong though. I don't know. I've been looking at lots of maps of the Sword Coast lately, so maybe I'm just losing it.
I think you probably just had it focused on like the area where
Yeah, it
you
might
were
have been.
moving.
The Twin Towers. You can't even. That's just the name of a thing. You can't just call something the Twin Towers.
Well, no, see, there's two towers. There's one on the left and one on the right. See two little
Yeah,
triangles?
but it's like a thing.
They're towers that look alike. They're the
Uh-huh.
twin towers.
Right, but it's a thing.
A thing.
Also, that river to the right of the Twin Towers, or the lake, is one letter away from being the funniest lake in all of the Sword Coast.
Yeah. Sometimes people are like, I like to play with older players. They're more mature. And I'm like, I have not found that to be true at all.
Well,
No.
We might know more words, but they all revolve around the same basic three jokes.
All right, back.
it's getting cold in here.
So looking over the Sword Coast, I see that the map makers did not want to encourage travel or tourism. Troll, worm, sharp teeth.
Yeah, not the best name. Oh, shit, be right back real fast.
Because I was wondering, like, on a continent this big, and map making and such, like, who decides what's actually named what? Because some people could call something something else and like, confuse everybody if someone picks up a different map than they're used to.
Oh, I'm sure that happens all the time. The elves have their name for things. It's like trying to explain to a German that they're not Deutsch. They're Germans.
Okay, sorry. Do we have everybody?
Sean was just dashing to do something emergency last second, and then he'll be back.
Well, knowing his character, it's probably putting something in his face.
He could be cutting something. There were dead bodies. Long dead bodies. That's like butter to him. He doesn't even have to use a knife. He just draws his finger along it.
All right. So I wouldn't mind if we started with our recap of last session. While we're waiting for Sean to get back, unless somebody wants to make some idle gossip. Rob, we are live. I don't know, host, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I already got the hosting up.
Cool. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm already on top of that.
Nah. Since not currently active, so I will be flying by the seat of my pants, as it were.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah. Always a little bit different when you don't have a backup. All right. So last session we were in Nashkel at the beginning. All of it, like in terms of time chronological order of what happened in Nashkel last session, I don't exactly remember. Does anybody have a better recollection than I do? Because I know the end result.
I remember a 20-minute long fight between Dwayne and Felon.
That wasn't a fight. That was a political discussion carried on an appropriate level.
Oh, I remember it being so appropriate that you guys got asked to be quiet.
That's how appropriate political discussion should end.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'm back, but the puppy's barking, so I'm going to stay muted.
Oh, puppies always make everything better. It's totally fine. So we were in Neshkel at the start of that session. I do remember you guys wrapped up a lot of loose ends. We got some letters written for Katrin to be sent out. You guys investigated. Go ahead.
So Felon went and got an atlas and met
I did.
Rob. And Briseis has taken a liking to the atlas.
We'll spend a bit of time working through the items that had magical aspects to them and sorting that out. And I don't remember if it was evening or morning that we talked to Naylan and gave him a hunk of gold in exchange for the 4 potions of healing. I think that might have been morning.
Yeah, I think that was.
Well, he gave us the potion anyway.
Yep.
To donate. Was the gold for the house or towards that?
It's
that
nebulous.
wanted to buy?
It was a token of goodwill. And that token of goodwill bought us a house, a couple of potions, and
Goodwill. So,
Goodwill.
40% of charitable party funds turns out pretty well invested. Then you guys quick chatted with the mayor. I think he also came in about the rowdiness and the noise and the political discussion, who ended up pointing out on the map kind of the area in which your weird orc scroll kind of pointed towards. Given that most of that prophecy you guys worked through most of what you thought it was, and there was only one bit that was locational. Mary was like, yeah, dude, I know that shit. And he pointed it out on your map. I believe it was right around here.
sounds about right.
And you guys bidded adieu to Nashkel in the company of Ted and Ned and a cart full of ore. when you were traveling for barely half of a day before the sounds of someone dying alerted you. You guys took a little detour off the road, and then you found lots of dead things. You guys scared off some of them and fought off the others. And I believe that is
Briseis
where we
wanted
left
to
off.
keep chasing them, but they wouldn't let her. Because undead things don't happen by accident. Also, there was that orc that fell and dissected.
Yeah.
Downwind orc.
Yes. The orc that was killed by rocks and a crossbow bolt.
No.
Could have
He
been
wasn't
either.
killed by the crossbow bolt. I don't think.
I'm pretty sure you weren't sure, but okay.
I'm very sure.
Okay. You did say he moved.
Words, right?
Yeah, those things.
Yeah, for felon, if it isn't written down, I don't think it counts.
Yeah, it doesn't count until you write it down.
Oh, you know what? That sounds reasonable.
So you guys have just finished up escorting some undead into the second afterlife. As you guys roll up to back through the little pathway in the forest, and meet back up with Ned and Ted, who are packed up and ready to go on the cart. Well, you guys haven't had anything yet. What do you guys do? Oh, we did. Well, no, we said short rest, right?
Yeah, we left off having just done, or like saying that we were, as we got on the cart to head back or whatever, that we were doing the equivalent of a short rest. And that's where we had left off at.
Okay. As your hour passes, as you guys are taking your lunch kind of on the go on the back of a cart, the rain does start to pick up a little bit. Just a light drizzle, not enough to make moving the cart inconvenient, but enough to kind of bring some sourness onto the day. As you guys are traveling, you can hear Ned and Ted up at the front. I didn't sign up to go against like undead and stuff. I'm just here to drive this cart. And then you hear Ned also not bark. Yeah, but we gotta protect the cart. It's what we do. We stay with the cart. I can't wait to get to Baldur's Gate. We can find some nice stuff, maybe some nice ladies.
You gentlemen did an admirable job. You stayed with the cart and guarded it, and we'll make sure there is a bonus available to you for the troubles that have caused.
For being cowards.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that.
Yeah, Briseis is like bristly about this whole dead thing. So
Briseis, dear, you can't have every guard rush off to trouble. Some must remain to guard.
there are things more important than rocks.
No, compelling argument.
I'm
I
fairly
can't
certain that
argue
I'm-
again. I
I'm
can't
fairly
argue against
cer-
that, but all I'm going to be giving away is some shiny yellow rock for them. So if it's not important to you, it shouldn't be a matter of giving them a few for their troubles.
I feel like Dwayne has this conversation a lot.
All right. Fine. Ned and Ted are useless anyway. I don't really care what they do. So,
They kind of bristle as Briseis and Sean are talking in the back about, oh, you're cowards and oh, you're useless. And they look back kind of at you and at the cart and they're like, yeah, it's still worth it. And they keep driving on.
If I thought you had feelings, I'd be worried about offending them. So I thought,
So as you guys keep going down the road for the night.
Also,
it-
once the rest is done, I'm going to continue my like advanced scouting.
Okay. It's a slightly hilly land, but nothing that the horses in the cart can't handle. While it is still hot, the rain kind of brings that kind of cools it off just a smidge. It's not humid to the point where it's sticking to your skin. And as night falls, you made it a decent chunk of the way. There's no real, actually. Cloud, go ahead and give me a survival check.
Sure thing. 12.
So Cloud doesn't see a real nice place to stop when it's coming up towards the end of the traveling day. There's a little bit flatter of land in between the hills that you're traveling, which you'd be able to set up for the night. And as Ned and Ted have also been contracted to put up tents, so they're starting to get the camp area ready to rest for the evening. All right, what are you guys doing to wrap up your day?
Oh, Phelan, have you cast those sticks yet to see what the weather might be like tomorrow?
oh, I suppose that's a good idea. And I pull out my bundle of sticks, and I look at them very intently, and then I cast them on the ground.
The sticks are a little bit confusing.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's because the lettering isn't Elvish, but you get the idea that it's supposed to be sunny tomorrow.
All right. Looks like it's going to be sunny.
Oh, wonderful. Well, normally wonderful. I guess a bit of heat. Well, we'll sort it out.
Okay. So as you guys circle the wagon and lay down to rest tonight, what order for watches?
I forget 5-8? Do casters need 8 uninterrupted hours of sleep, or can they take a watch in the middle and still be fine? Get their long rest and be good.
Up to 2 hours. You can watch for up to 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also provided that you're not like interrupted by like strenuous activity, like if a fight doesn't happen.
Right. Right. Okay. I'll take some time in the middle because I have dark vision.
Yeah, same. If that's works out better, I can like post me up wherever it's better for the.
I guess we all have dark
for the
vision except
rotation.
Whale.
Except Whale.
I'll take either evening or dawn.
I'll take first watch.
Then I'll take last.
Okay. Stick me in the middle then.
All right. So
Briseis will go wherever needed most.
Second or
right.
third.
Third.
okay. So it's Felon,
Second or
Cloud,
third.
Briseis, and then Dwale.
Okay. Give me just a second. Briseis, can you give me a perception check?
The sounds of analog dice. Oh, pretty good.
So, Bryce, what are you doing as you during your 2 hours of watch?
Probably chatting with kind of like getting a bunch of stuff off her chest, like she feels bad about leaving the town with orcs there. She feels exceptionally horrible about leaving undead wandering around. Being that like not only her personally, she's very not a fan of undead, but it's also like a religious thing. But she did vow to like protect them, so she chose that vow over going after the undead things. But it's still in her head and it's not going away. So she's trying to work through that, probably just like muttering to herself and like conversing with Lathander. Not really expecting anything back, but that's a lot. That's what she does a lot. Like he's a bro.
As you're talking to your bro about the troubles the troubles of conscience that you've been having, kind of out of the corner of your eye, just like 100 feet away, you see a flash of what looks to be like bone on the ground.
A flash of bone?
No, I'm sorry. Like a piece of bone on the ground. You notice it's different from the blades of grass around it.
How far off?
Like 100 feet. I'm sorry, 60 feet away.
She is going to stand up, kind of look around the area specifically, like if she feels comfortable enough to actually wander off and like leave the group, because that's. But should I roll again to see if there's anything else about?
During this time, you don't notice anything besides that. That seems to be the only thing that stands out when you make I'm assuming every like 15 minutes you kind of make like an active sweep. That's the only thing that really stood out to you during this last sweep.
So she'll go over and get a closer look.
As you approach the area with this piece of bone in the grass, you look down and it's a piece of bone. It's a relatively smaller piece, maybe no more than 4 inches in diameter, and it's curved and circular. It looks a lot like a skull or a part of a skull.
I think, like, since the undead thing, she'll occasionally check the sword to see if it's glowing.
As you go to unsheath your sword, it glows brightly, but not as much as it did previously.
Because it like always glows, right?
Yeah, it always has a standard glow. Yeah. But it's just that it's standard glow. It doesn't seem to be excited about anything.
Like it looks like it's buried.
It looks like it's just
or
laying
is
kind
it
of
just, like, broken piece.
like a broken piece.
Poke it a bit with her hoof. It's anything.
It moves. The rain is kind of eased off at this point, sorry.
So, like, she can't really tell what it was. If it's just like a shard of bone, but she'll probably say a quick prayer, just in case like someone met an unfortunate end of it, and if they did deserve it, well, someone is doing something nice for them that may have not happened before. Because she figures a lot of like people that do bad things never really had good things. So if it was a bad person, this is a good thing that could happen. Just like a nice prayer. And then turn to head back to the camp.
Okay. The rest of your watch passes uneventfully, and as Dwayne takes over the last bit of the last watch, dawn begins, and the day is a little bit clearer. There's still some clouds overhead, but it does appear like Felon's forecast predictions are accurate, or at least more accurate than TV meteorologists.
Fuck yeah. Ouch.
Shots fired.
So just as a little note, about an hour into Dwayle's watch, it is completely Sorcerer's Apprentice around the campsite. There are 6 unseen servants carrying candles about on the perimeter, starting to cook food, starting to take care of his clothes. It's a weird scene if you wake up to it.
Oh yeah, I totally would wake up to it. I'd wake up at the same time you do, because I'm an elf. I was on sleep for 4 hours.
True.
I totally forgot about that until just this exact moment. Felon wouldn't think it's that way. You know, you do you. You know, he would just wake up, look around the camp, stretch his legs a little bit, pray, get his spells, all that fun stuff.
Phelan, would you like your hair done?
No.
And Briseis gets up at the dawn anyway.
I'm just going to get helmet hair anyway.
Are you certain you look a little bird nesty?
No, I'm quite fine. I'm just going to get helmet hair anyway, and I put my helmet on.
I don't know that that's considered an improvement, but
it's like it's not even there.
Appearance is not very important at Candlekeep, is it?
No, not generally. No. And we're not even at Candlekeep. We're in the middle of nowhere, so it's even less important.
I'm just turning the pages on your life, just glancing back.
We got a lot of pages to go, bud.
Well, I have a shorter lifespan. I skim.
Well, that's true.
So as you guys are doing your morning ritual, and Briseis is waking up, and Cloud is doing Cloud, and Dwayne has got shit moving all over the camp, and Sean's, doing himself as well. Ned and Ted wake up and look over at multiple inanimate things moving, and they both kind of look a little bit freaked out. And Ned's just like, this is why I fucking live in as he's starting to get up and cook his own breakfast.
Yes, keep up the casual bigotry, Ned. It's very becoming.
As you guys get moving in the morning, it is quite sunny. It looks like the rain hasn't stuck, so you're able to make relatively good time on the roads. as you're going along. Ted kind of pulls you aside, Phil, and he says, "It's not his fault. I mean, yeah, it's kind of is his fault, but you know, he helped me out, so I want to help him. I just gotta get him to Baldur's Gate, and then he'll be okay."
What does that mean, Ted?
He got me out of a jam. He got me out of a bar fight, and is he kind of like drops his tone even more. Dumb as Ned is, he's a good guy.
Right. No, I mean, like, you say we get to Baldur's Gate and he'll be fine, but what does that mean?
Yeah, he gets paid. He gets ladies. It's his thing. It's what he does.
Right. Sure. I don't
Not
really- Look, that's fine. I mean, I don't expect to spend much time with Ned, so it's not a big deal to me. He's free to do whatever he wants, just as long, if he could keep the Nedness to a minimum as much as possible, that'd be great.
And Ned doesn't even notice this conversation. He's just focused on again keeping the horses moving. I just want to clarify also, Ned and Ted are not wearing red shirts.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
All right, interesting.
So the morning is sunny, as forecasted. The afternoon lunch break, you're able to find like a patch of dirt that functions as a rest stop.
Nice.
Yeah. Further on in the afternoon, Cloud, with your scouting, go ahead and give me some perception. So as you're cresting a hill, kind of ahead of the cart, you see four people, and they all have horses, but they're not on their horses. Their horses are kind of tethered together in the middle of the road, and there's a tree log in the middle of the road, and all four of them seem to be around it.
How far ahead of us?
200 feet.
Okay. Does it look like they're having some sort of an issue with the log and they're like trying to clear the road, or they're just?
They look. They're
road. They're on horses. What am I thinking? This isn't a car. Like, my bad.
From what you can see, they are kind of pointing both at all at each other and at the tree.
Okay. I mean, provided that it doesn't appear that there's any like overt hostility about to go down, probably just continue on. Like, when they circle back to the wagon, just kind of let them know what's going on, and just continue on with the group forward until we get to there.
Okay.
Shouldn't be more than another minute anyway. Figure it out when we get. Like I said, as long as they're not like at each other's throats with swords, I'm not that concerned.
So does it look like talking to Cloud, does it look like they pulled the tree down to block the road as bandits would?
I suppose that's a possibility. Seems odd that they would be doing this in the middle of the day as opposed to under the cover of darkness or some similar.
Well, Cloud,
But
most humans can't see at night, so we don't travel at night.
give an eye roll and shrug.
Ah. Perhaps.
Felon, Sean, Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
Perhaps we should hail them from a distance before we draw within bow range.
Well,
Did I notice any ranged weapons on them?
You didn't see anything out. They didn't have anything out.
Okay. How were they dressed?
So all four of them looked like their clothing was used from a distance. Kind of dark, like a beige palette.
Right, but I mean, like they didn't seem like they were like heavily armored or anything like that, right?
No, you didn't see any like metal
Okay.
armor on them.
Fair enough.
Were they doing anything specific? Or they're just standing there?
You said they had the horses were hooked together and they were standing around the log. You said.
Yeah, that's what it appeared to be. They were just they're two on one side, two on the other side of said log.
Like, did it look like the horses were the horses like anchored to the log in any way, or like did it look like it had been dragged like off the road into the road, or was this just
You didn't see any
Couldn't
tether between the horses and the tree itself.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose nothing would be lost by being cautious, but if you wish to hail them, wouldn't that be more your wheelhouse, Dwayne? After all, you are.
Well, I can shout just as well as any.
Well,
So,
I'm not.
and you said this was basically over the crest of a hill, and then down the other side was where the
Just-
tree was.
Yep, just a little ways ahead.
Okay.
A couple
Well,
hundred
then
feet.
when we top the hill, we will call to them and determine their intentions, if any.
Fair enough. I didn't want to accidentally step on any unknown breaches of etiquette. I'm gonna give him a little smirk.
Oh, as you described them, they're dressed as commoners.
Does that mean they don't get etiquette?
Oh, it would be very difficult to breach a etiquette. I mean, of course, you're polite, but there's very little to observe.
Yes, I'm sure you won't offend them at all, Dwell. Let's go.
So as you guys crest the hill, you are.
Actually, here's a good question. How much tree cover is there? Like how the landscape that we're heading through, is it relatively clear, or is there any like shrubbery and woodlands and such like near the actual roadway itself?
So the roads that you have been traveling on have been relatively sparse in terms of tree coverage. There are some bushes, but it's mostly just hills and plains.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like this thing could have just fallen over into the road.
Well, I was also curious too about like what the immediate area around this spot was like. I was thinking about doing a thing, but I'll stick with the group.
So as you crest the hill, you guys do see four guys standing around a log.
That's a mighty
So I
log.
was going to say it's a very large log. There we go. That's a little more reasonable. I would say it's less the width or the length and more the width.
It's a 10-foot wide log. It's like 25,000 years old.
They felled a mighty redwood, dragged it into the road. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
So as you crest the hill, that's what you see. I don't have horses, but they are right here.
So before them.
Yeah, before them.
Okay.
So, 4 horses?
So I assume we're down here at the south side of the map.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, you wouldn't even be on it yet.
Right, that's fair.
But sure, there for now. If
Just bracing if the inevitable happens.
as you guys are bringing the cart kind of closer to the top of the hill, one of them turns and points up at the hill, kind of in your direction, and says, "Look, see, I told you we'd have to move this thing."
And so from the top of the hill, Dwayne will call down, "Ho there! How soon will you have that moved?"
Well, at the rate that we're, nothing. We can't pick it up. Everybody, give me a perception check. Athy, you do notice that the two behind the log itself, their clothing seems a little bit bulky, and all 4 of them have at least one dagger on their person. The one that's called out to you has a dagger also kind of in his shoe.
I think a couple of them are trying to hide armor under their clothes. And they do have weapons.
We need you not lift it. We need you only shift it to the side. Tether your horses to the front, drag it to the side so we may pass. Make quick.
Well, we've been trying to tether the horses, but we just got them all bungled here. Could you give us a hand? I'm afraid we're not. I'm not a log mover.
I don't think that's a job. Just feel like it's not really a thing.
Yeah, those
Wait,
horses do look a little bungled, don't they? There's also some very large horses.
The path itself, could the cart reasonably be driven around the side, or too steep on the angles?
By what you can see, the 2 areas to the side of the log look a little bit rocky. It's kind of hard to tell what the ground definition here is, and there are like this rock, and this rock kind of extends for a little while, and the rock to the west also extends for maybe 50 feet.
They're not very good at this, are they?
Depends on what they are intending to do.
Either moving logs or ruffianism.
Either way, they don't seem very good at it.
Well, you don't hide your armor to move a log.
This one kind of comes over and it starts trying to undo the horses. They all seem to be kind of tangling up inside of each other.
Well, look, there's 4 of us and there's 4 of them. We know that they're going to potentially spring a trap. We go down there. We convince them that that's probably not in their best interest. We'll help them move the log, but if they attack us, they'll definitely die. And then we go on our way.
If you wish to offer him the chance of redemption, do go ahead. I can kill them as easily from here as from there.
All right. So
You guys are debating. The one that's walked up to the horses is starting to get like tangled inside of the horse ropes together.
Doing like a whole slapstick routine.
what an idiot.
Can we like tell if he's like actually an idiot or just trying to perform idiocy?
Yeah, I was gonna say, as somebody with a history of performance, can I give like an insight check on this dude and see if I can try to suss out if this is real or not? Like this, the horse dude
definitely-
specifically.
Want to see if he's actually an idiot.
Sure. Let's go ahead and use insight. That sounds delightful.
Sure.
Dwell doesn't care.
Briseus, you can tell that the man who's in the middle of these horses, his face seems to be getting very frustrated, and he looks very involved with trying to get the horses to do what he wants. And he looks frustrated and also a little bit like panicked, as far as you can tell. Felon, you can tell that this guy has no training with how to deal with horses whatsoever. How to get them to move the way he wants. He might be able to ride them, but little else.
Okay.
Rob, you're very, very certain that he just does not know what he's doing.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'll call out and say, so what are you boys doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
The guy who called out before from the log says, "We're just trying to get these horses to the next town. But
What?
could you
What
could you
town
help
are you
us
going
with the
to?
log?" Fargost.
Right. So so you're coming from the south then?
Yes.
Oh, really? You go through Nashkel?
No, we went around it. There's the mining camp. I didn't want to get stuck doing mining again. The guy in the back left, kind of behind the log, says, "Here," and he kind of raises his hand up as he's trying to get the other guy with him to kind of push the log.
All right, boys. Look here. We want the log out of the way as much as you apparently seem to, but your duplicitous nature has made us a little bit uncomfortable. Namely, the hiding of the armor and weapons. It's really not that great. We really don't want to kill you, but if you attack us, we definitely could kill you. So here's what I'm proposing. You don't attack us. We let you live. We'll help you move the log, and then we'll all be on our way. You can go off and make an honest living somewhere else, not doing banditry, and we'll be on our way.
The guy in the middle of the horses, he looks at you and says, "What? as he's getting tangled up more in ropes.
I mean, that one right there might die, but that's not really our fault.
He says, "Well, we're not going to hurt you. Why would we hurt two people in armor and somebody and a cat? And no, can you just come please help?"
All right. Can I? Well, first, Felon is examining this conversation carefully to see if they're bullshitting him or not.
What the feeling that you get from when he's calling out and yelling out to you is a little bit of frustration and a little bit of urgency.
Okay, so I'll say, why are you boys in such a hurry?
Well, we don't get paid if the horses don't get there on time.
Oh, I see.
And then we tried to move the log, and then we got all the horses roped together to try to move the log together, and then they all got stuck.
You got to get to the northernmost town. I totally understand that. However, horses, last I checked, don't need to walk on a road. This log isn't your problem, so it seems awfully suspicious to me that you're taking so much time to try to move it.
Oh, we see they don't have 4-wheel drive, so we can't.
I'm sure those horses are more than capable of walking to the right or the left of that log there, sir.
But then who's going to move the log after that?
Well, if you're truly in as much of a hurry as you say you are, that's not your fault, is it?
Yeah.
He looks up and he's like, yeah, shouldn't have been my problem. But I made it my problem. Could you please help? This guy kind of gets stuck more in the center. The horses are starting to turn around.
They just seem kind of incompetent. We should probably go help them. I feel like if they attack us, I'm fairly confident we can kill them. And it's just too pathetic at this point.
The horses have gotten the straps tangled around his neck and he's choking to death.
He's gonna kill himself in there. Felon is gonna start moving forward to help.
Briseis is gonna take the chance and take off the shield before she goes, just because it'll probably get in the way. And she's going to try to. So, what are the 4 guys doing with the log? Are there ropes on the log, or are they just trying to push it?
It looks like what they were trying to do was put all the horses together and then put it on the log. But they put the horses together away from the log. The 2 in the back are now trying to figure out where best to stand. And it looks like they're both standing on this side now and getting ready to push, or at least try to.
Theoretically, if a bunch of us get over here and just try to roll it, it will hopefully roll off that way.
Yeah. I mean,
logs being round and all.
Right.
Generally.
I think if we could, by our powers combined, I think we could probably move it. I once read a book where a bunch of people worked together to push a wall of a building that had collapsed off of a person. I figure the same principle should apply.
If we put something here for it to pivot around, it should just hopefully.
That's a good idea.
Cloud, I have admired your pragmatism in the past. Should they get too complicated, do remind them it's wood. Wood burns.
We don't have an hour to watch the log burn.
No. It's only if you guys get super complicated and, an hour, 2 passes, things are constructed.
Well, look.
We're not constructing anything.
Yet.
Besides, I'll never pass up a chance to construct a block and tackle. I mean, it's the most elegant of instruments.
I do recall you mentioning that in the past.
Yeah.
Well,
But anyway,
while all this debating is going on, I'm going to slowly start, like, rather than heading straight down the road, I'm going to kind of circle out wide around through the bushes. Like, not like skulking them, but rather than just approaching on a direct line, I'm going to kind of come around like I'm angling towards where the thing is, but not going all the way there. Definitely waiting for the party to start making their way that direction too.
I'm gonna start heading down. Put myself on there first. There we go. Now I'm gonna start heading down. Around the horses.
Okay. As you guys start moving down the hill, you hear Neden's head from the back, just like, "Should we keep moving the cart forward?"
No. We should wait here. There's disaster in the air.
Okay.
No, the sticks didn't predict disaster. They predicted sunshine.
It will be a well-lit disaster.
So
Is,
you get. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, is this guy seriously like still completely messed up in the horses?
Yeah. He looks. It looks like he's given up on trying to get the horses to do what he wants, and he's just trying to get out.
I'll help him get. I'll help him get disentangled. Oh boy.
Hold on. What's the manual for disadvantage?
Rolling twice?
Just roll twice and pick one.
Yeah, it's like 2d20 d1, and it'll drop the lowest, or it'll drop the
Or they could both be the same. That works too.
Yeah. He managed with your help, or maybe without your help. You can't really tell, but he managed to. He manages to just kind of slide down through the ropes that have been twisting him up. One of the horses tries to kick him on his way out, but he manages to avoid that as well. And he says, "Well, thanks. These horses, I don't know what's going on with them."
Yeah, I just give him a nod and continue kind of casting a weary eye at everybody. I'll
the two guys on the side of Lowe's say, "You're ready? You're going to help us?" And then they're like really excited to actually have a chance to move this log, and they both take their shirts off, and they're both ripped.
Why did they need our help? Look at it. Okay, fine, whatever.
And then they go to push.
They just wanted somebody to be here to show off for.
Right.
They go to try to push the log, and you can see that it's getting stuck, like it's getting stuck like more into the loose dirt in this area instead of pushing more to the east.
Like,
it's actually pushing kind of down.
Perseus is gonna come over and be like, no, push over here, this way.
Pivot.
It's already stuck in the ground, so just start pushing from this side.
Pivot.
She's gonna
Go
let
this
them
way.
do it since they're ripped and she has one hand, but she can direct.
They're like, "Oh, that."
follow the arrows.
And then they kind of they move down, and they're like this.
Yeah, perfect.
She's gonna guide them like this way.
Felon is going to help, but he's not going to. He's going to help them. He's going to help them do a good job.
And with your direction, it looks like they both still can't move it upwards alone. They seem to be like slipping as they're trying to push it up. Twill, you're at the top of the hill. Is the cart with you?
Yeah, I'm still sitting on the cart, basically.
Ned, who's hasn't been interested at this point, looks down and says, "What the fuck are you guys doing? You move the horse. You take the horses, and you put the horses on this end, and then you drag the log around. What the
horses
fuck?"
almost killed a man, Ned. Trying to do it without the horses.
And then Ned gets off of the cart. And then he walks forward. It's probably the first time you've seen him more than 30 feet away from that cart. And you guys remember that he's the one who's been taking care of the horses, while Ted's been more or less taking care of Ned. And he's move, and he kind of shoves the guy who called out for you guys and the guy who got roped later. Takes the rope for the horses as he's walking over, ropes the horses on to this side of the log, and goes. And the horses move the log.
Huh.
And he looks at this guy and says, God, fucking learn more. And it sounds like he really can't, like he's so angry about people not being able to drive these horses properly that he just can't get out sentences. Less so even than he normally can.
Well, good job, boys. Well, not really. I mean, you're not really, but it's done.
Dwell has a silver piece waiting for him once he gets back on the cart.
This guy here, he says, well, is that guy an asshole?
Yes.
And
Clearly a talented one.
He kind of sighs. He says, thank you. What did you say else to move it? Block and tackle?
Well, yeah, you can make a pulley system, and then using mechanical advantage, theoretically,
His eyes immediately gloss over.
one person could do the work that the 4 horses did, provided we had enough places to rig them and enough rope and enough blocks and tackle. I mean, it would be complicated and probably take a few hours to set up. But then if a log ever fell here again, we'd be able to move it with just one person. It wouldn't be this big of a deal.
He looks at you and he's like, yeah, and then he looks at the guy next to him and says, I'm never doing anything nice again. But thank you. I honestly, I was expecting to be here all day. Then when the horses got tied up. And
Fire, gentlemen, fire.
I look at Felon and Briseis, and it's like, do you think Lord Aiden would protest if we left Ned with them? Seems like he could be far more used to these fellows than us.
He probably won't, because then he won't get paid. That seems to be the important thing to them. But we could ask.
All right.
Yeah.
We are all traveling in the same direction.
Yeah, I'm worried they might die out here.
They might fall asleep on their backs while it's raining with their mouths open and drown.
The 4 guys, as they're gathering up their horses, they can kind of tell that this has been not necessarily amusing, but that you guys have seen a lot worse things than trying to move a log out of the road. They're like, sorry for your time, but thank you. And
I mean, we're going that way too. You want to travel together? You know, safety in numbers and all that.
We could drop you off.
yeah, what? Yeah. Thank you, but we really do have to go. And the guy in the front actually starts to climb onto a horse, and it doesn't look like he's going to fall off. All 4 of them competently climb on top of horses.
Oh, that's good.
And they're about to start off before The one who is roped in realizes that they're still all tied together, and he hops down and he unties all of the horses from being together. And he says that we'll be okay. I'm not worried about being safe. I'm just worried about getting there on time. We have
All right.
horses.
Right.
Um,
Sure.
We've seen
Look at them.
orcs since we've left. We've seen orcs and undead. So
Just throwing that out there.
well, that's not. I knew the roads were bad, but well, the undead are slow, right? And orcs, well,
not all undead are slow.
one of the guys makes a quizzical face, like, really? And the other three kind of just nod. And they say, well, we'll just. Maybe, I mean, we'll be in eyesight for a day. We won't be traveling that quick. But we'll be in front, but around. We'll have to pick up the pace the next day, but I think being in earshot would be good for a day. And the two bulky guides just kind of nod.
All right. Well, good luck.
They thank you again. And as they prepare to mount and leave, none of them really look back. They all just kind of get on their horses and go.
All right. Bye, dudes. Well, I give it. How far is it to the nearest village?
What they were talking about was going to Bergost.
Right, which is like just south of Candlekeep or something like that, if I remember correctly. Something like that. It's on the road, I remember, to Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, so it would be roughly about 3 days.
All right, I give it 2 days
3.5.
till we find him dead on the side of the road.
Harsh.
I'll match that. A gold?
I don't really bet money.
I'll be praying for otherwise.
Said, you have all of our gold.
No. I do, and we divide it. So you have a portion of it. Cloud's used some of his towards the widow. If you wish to gamble with some of yours, I will not object.
Right. No, I'll get. Oh, I'm good.
You have gold to gamble.
I mean, I know I have gold to gamble, but I don't really like gambling. It's not a lack of gold problem. It's not a gambling kind of person.
Would you say Felon's the bookie? Sorry,
You know what, guys? I really enjoyed playing this game, but I think I'm gonna have to stop. It was a good time. Talk to y'all later, I guess, or whatever. Oh, baby. All right, but no, felons won't bet real money.
As you wish.
Okay. As you guys head back to the cart, Ned just kind of looking ahead and watching as they leave and kind of just shaking his head a little bit. You guys do carry on. There's point as you're going. It still remains sunny as forecasted, with an occasional slight cloud coverage. But the road it's less hilly than the previous, and it's a relatively smooth travel. The road's well used, so it's not making wear and tear on the cart. You don't have to stop a lot to repair it.
Nice.
And as you continue on for the night, you're about, when you find a place to rest for the night, you're about 3-ish, 2.5-ish days out from Burgost. You're able to find a nice spot to camp for the night. Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 days, and it's been relatively a relative quiet 2 days of traveling. What are you guys kind of idly thinking about?
Fallon would sort of be considering, he would just be, since we're getting close, he'd be thinking about like what's been going on in Candlekeep and his friends and what his father's doing and just the general goings on. Thinking about it since it's been a while since he's been back, even if we don't go there. But being near it has brought it to the forefront of his mind when he's not thinking about anything else.
Briseis is probably doing a lot of, like, in my thing. Like, a lot of the time. She's trying really hard to be a good person compared to, like, everything that happened to her in her past and whatnot. Quietly talking to Lathander on occasion, and she seems really interested in the Atlas. And if other people want to read it, obviously she'll be like, she's not gonna hog the whole thing. And probably, like, after leaving the horse people, just kind of wondering, like wondering about them, if they're okay. And offering prayers for their safety. And wondering why anybody would need to be that muscly. Because it kind of seems more like a hindrance after a bit.
Cloud would most likely be kind of dealing with his inward irritation over how snippy the group has been with each other lately over, in a lot of cases, what seem like completely irrelevant things. When Briseis is, like, spending time paging through the Atlas and stuff, he'll probably be hanging out near her and, like, kind of, you know, like they were doing at the when it was on the table looking over together, and he'll be asking her, like, questions about what she knows about, like, local geography and, like, the towns and, like, you know, do you know why this place was named this and that, and just trying to, like, kind of gather information about this weird land of the mainland that he's found himself in.
Use the Atlas and, like, walk him all the way back from where she came from and what she learned way. And the place is called Dagger Falls. It's closer to the middle of the continent, so she's walked pretty far and hitched rides here and there, and she'd probably follow the map back there and show him where that is and tell him about there and things she's seen as she got out this way until they ran into each other.
Yeah, I would definitely sponge all of that up.
Tell him about the temple and things.
So Dwayne is mostly focused on getting his level of creature comforts back up to where they need to be. So there's a lot of unseen servants, a lot of prestidigitation, and a lot of offers that are probably borderline, if not past the line, offensive to the other folks, like offering to fix Phelan's hair, offering to fix Briseis in general, to have the servants that he's summoning do those sorts of things for them, because they don't have servants, so these things must not be getting done, so that must be why they look this way. So a lot of those offers come across in that fashion. Would you like me to have my servant take care of that cloak for you? It's a fright.
Briseis will definitely like she's been with him long enough. That he like this is how he was raised. This he is like she's still kind of weird with nobles because she can't tell when they're being politically insulting and when they're being politically weird. But she will try not to take things offensively, and she'll ask like, "What exactly is wrong?" Like, because she does take care of herself. It's probably definitely not up to his standards. Like her hair looks hacked at with a dagger. That's what it like. It's not. Like she didn't go somewhere and have her hair did. Chopped it when it got too long.
Briseis, dear, you're an example of function over form. That does not need to be the case. With some assistance, you can have form. You don't need to look like you're wearing sackcloth all the time. You are wearing sackcloth, aren't you? Did that used to be a sack?
No.
Oh my God, Twug, you can't just go around asking people if their clothes used to be a sack.
I feel
I do not
the
walk.
question you might chew on it. So
I do not walk the circles you do.
you do.
I need to be.
You think you do not, but you do. The spheres and circles overlap.
I'm not comfortable with all that.
And that is because you do not meet up to the expectations of the circles that I frequent. But with a little work, we can certainly make you acceptable.
But for what purpose? I'm here to protect you. I'm not here to go to dances and dinners and why would I even be needed for that?
Dances and dinners are extremely dangerous.
It's like, what?
Well, then it seems like the easiest way to avoid that danger would be to avoid the dances, wouldn't it?
Yes, but the easiest way to avoid the troubles that we are having now would be to stay at home, but nothing would get accomplished.
Compelling
Right.
argument.
But our job is to escort this wagon, not to go to dances and dinners.
Oh. Understandable now, but once we arrive in Baldur's Gate, we are to act as Lord Aiden's representatives to broker a deal with the Merchants Guild. Now, the Merchants Guild is an established and wealthy institution. They will want to deal with people who present themselves as established, wealthy, and noble.
And that's why we have you.
Yes, but you need to support that effort. You can't walk in with a bag of thugs. How do you even get thugs in a bag?
Well, you'd be surprised.
I retract the question. So, that is my interest in seeing that you can all present yourselves at an acceptable level. In much the same way, Cloud, that I am attempting to learn how to present myself to members of your society.
I offer a kind of a wry smirk in return, and I don't think that would ever be an issue you would need to concern yourself with.
You do not have friends and family?
At the mention of family, his eyes narrow a little, and he says, "The point I'm trying to make is you're not coming to my home to be an envoy for your race. I'm going to stand out in your city no matter how much you primp and preen me. yes, there are strange people and races all around here, but you said yourself you'd never met one of my kind before. No matter what you do, even in a large city, I'm going to stand out.
Yes, and I would prefer you stand out as an attraction of merit rather than some dressed up monkey. You will garner attention. That attention should be positive.
I would tend to prefer to think whether the attention was positive or not would depend on my actions and not what sort of pretty clothing I was wearing.
People cannot see your actions from a distance. Your clothing, they can see. The company you keep, they can see. Your actions, at best, they have your word on it.
And I turn back to the Atlas.
Don't nobles have a lot have their own guards, and I wouldn't say an army, but their own protection? Are they all dressed like you?
Many do. I do not have that luxury at this point. I am earning that.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, I think he missed the question entirely there.
Say it again then.
Do they all dress like you? Like, that would not be functional for their purpose.
The nobility?
No, the
Or the
guards.
The
That's
guard.
the question she was
Oh,
posing. Is that
well, certainly the guards would be wearing an appropriate amount of armor, but it would bear the correct heraldry. It would be in the latest fashion. The colors would be correct and suitable to the house. Briseis, for example, what you are wearing, while your symbol does speak somewhat to Lathander, you certainly do not present the same figure that head of your cleric or your church would. I've seen much more striking design. Have you not seen the same? Have you not seen those who are in higher position in your church
I came
dressed?
from a temple. But
Yes,
I am not a preacher. I am not one to stand up and get the attention of a crowd. Chances are I wouldn't be listened to if I tried, regardless of what I wore. I honor Lathander in different ways. I don't need that.
You may not, but those you serve may. Would you consider yourself a leader of the people?
Protector.
And how does one protect? It is a question. How would you protect the people? Let's say those four gentlemen with the horse. How would you protect them?
Kind of as
Huh?
sorry, kind of as Dwayne has kept going. That Ted kind of comes over and says, "Can you show me later what you're dressing like that and how to stand?" Like he's kind of whispering it to you, like he doesn't want Ned to hear.
No, of course.
Thank you. And he kind of walks off again. Wait, kind of gestures at Briseis apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt," and walks over back to where Ned is sleeping and snoring and smacks him, and he stops snoring.
What was the question again?
The four gentlemen with the horse. You wish to protect them, did you not?
Of course.
Yet they set off.
Yes?
If you had presented a more imposing or convincing figure, do you think they would have stayed? You
Possible,
cannot.
but it's not my place to interfere with their lives. They can
Well, if
make
you wish
their
to
own
protect them,
choices.
it is. You can't protect them without interfering.
They can still make their own choices.
Certainly, but you can influence those choices.
You
I'm
make
not saying.
you make everything sound so mercenary.
I don't see how that was mercenary. That was charity of the highest degree. You wish to protect them for no reason other than you wish to protect them. But you could not because they left your company. If you presented yourself in a more esteemed or convincing fashion, you may have convinced them to stay, and therefore you can protect them better as they travel.
I don't think wearing a pretty dress would have helped.
A pretty dress, perhaps not, but I don't know that it would have hurt. Perhaps something a bit more martial, a bit more declarative of your authority, and provide them a reason to stay. Give value to the protection that you offer.
Like, in her head, she's like, well, he's not wrong. And she doesn't want to admit that.
No, it is something to think
But,
on.
like, the end of her tail is just kind of like flipping irritatedly because he's right.
Kind of as that thwapping or that thumping around from the tail is happening, you see Ted pass out, probably to the sound of that.
Well, I think with the two of them asleep, I should take my turn as well. Once they both begin snoring, I do not know that I will be able to slumber.
Have fun.
And then Dwell will retire, same order as last night.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Dwell will retire and fall asleep. Or try to.
Okay. Yeah, you guys wake up in the morning refreshed. And
Should have made a point to, even last night, to my hit dice be back to full now. Sorry.
no, please. And as you begin your kind of trek in the morning, it's it's kind of routine now. You get up, you got Dwayle's shit floating all over, and you're able to get back on the road relatively immediately.
Oh crap! I forgot to predict the weather. Oh no!
Oh no!
A little uncertainty will do us good for a change.
Yeah, you can do it now. It'll just only last till the next dawn instead of the next midday.
But
there will be 4 hours where we don't know what's going to happen. Eight
no,
hours.
I'll leave it. Today will be a mystery. Today will be a mystery.
We've survived our entire lives not knowing what the weather's going to be.
Yeah, but I want to use the sticks.
We still have many miles to go on the road. You'll have plenty of chances to use the sticks.
Right, but one chance wasted is sad.
Then we will have a moment of silence for the sticks that were not used.
So, as Felon is maybe pouting a bit about not using his sticks, Cloud, you can, as you're scouting,
Mhm.
You can see relatively recent horse prints
Okay.
moving north on the road.
I assume it's the guys from yesterday.
The horse prints are heading north, and it looks like there's 4 sets of them.
Yeah, fair enough.
And as you guys go through the morning, it stays sunny, and honestly, it's been a very beautiful and relaxing day. As you're after lunch, the clouds become a little bit more overcast. The wind picks up just a little bit, but it doesn't look like it's going to be rain, although nobody knows for sure. As you're traveling down the road, Cloud, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yeah, I'm just rolling extremely mediocre today.
So as you are going down the road, you've been used to seeing the 4 hoofprint tracks. As you continue down the road, you do see one of the hoofprint tracks veer off to the side, off the road, kind of just directly to the east.
Okay. Does it return back to the track at any point, or does it just, at that point, just peels off?
At that point, it peels off. You notice some disturbance in the grass, but it's a little bit harder to tell how far that is. And from where you're standing, you just see the 3 horse prints, 3 sets of horse prints moving forward, but they look they're spaced out a little bit further, like the horses were galloping.
Looking around the immediate area for where this is happening, do I notice anything else? I mean, does it seem like there were any signs of any sort of scuffles or anything? Any blood? Anything in the area?
No.
Broken
Nothing.
arrows?
No, nothing that you're seeing.
It looks like, about where are we at on the trail where this happens?
Sorry. That would be day 1. That would be day 2. This would be about day 3.
Okay, so, and it just peels off and just heads straight east off the trail.
Yeah, east off the trail.
Does it look like it's like making, like, is there anything off in that direction other than like the woods way out in the way out in the distance?
Hills.
Okay.
Grass.
This is concerning. I'll circle back to the wagon and let them know what happened, and that there doesn't, that there didn't seem to be any sorts of any signs of any sort of a conflict that happened. But it's concerning that for a group that was so set on making good time to town and getting them there, that one of them left and headed away in such an abrupt manner. I'll ask Briseis if we can check the atlas and see if there's she knows if there's anything that's off in that direction, like, any locations or anything, any towns, villages, major landmarks, anything of that nature.
It would probably take a couple of days to get to the woods. I don't know, God, are there any like remote tiny villages out here?
Nothing specifically is in the atlas pages that you know of this particular part of the coastway. It looks like Baragost is the closest sort of town. Most of the smaller villages are located on the west side of the coastway.
So it probably would take a day to get to the woods.
At least. Which isn't to say that if he wasn't meeting someone else, that there couldn't be a camp somewhere out in the hills, but I think at best we, at the very least, maintain an extra sense of alertness. And as if we continue on, I'm going to be keeping a special eye on the tracks and seeing if, at any point anything else funny gets up with them, or if the fourth one returns.
Well, I have an idea. If we're maybe curious as to what happened and if maybe we should investigate, I could, if we took a few minutes, I could maybe give us some sort of an idea.
How so?
I read this book once where this cleric was able to receive messages and hints from the divine, and I believe I could recreate that. Out of character, I mean augury.
Yeah. Kind of had a feeling that's where you're going.
And time of day, are we close to lunchtime?
We are just after lunchtime.
Just after lunchtime. Have we already stopped for lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
unless you haven't, in which case tell me, and you haven't.
But the reason I was going to ask is if Ned and Ted would be willing to take a break
right, then we could
to have lunch
yeah,
without disturbing it.
Well, I mean,
so
all
basically
told,
that gives them the lunchtime to do what little investigation they wish to do.
Ned and Ted. Ned kind of looks over and he kind of and he looks more like he's, as you guys have stopped, he's started to groom the horses, make sure that their horseshoes are all good. And Ted comes over and says, "Listen, if you guys think that there's something wrong, that means that there could be something that could threaten our lives, which means we're more than willing to stop for a little bit."
All right, good.
We would just rather make sure to head on into.
Better safe than sorry. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking for the question. Should we investigate the tracks off the path?
Right, or something like that.
So if that's the path we propose to the question, then going down that path we'll learn either wheel, woe, or both, or nothing.
The other matter of concern too is the fact that the other three that headed on north picked up the pace at that point.
Yeah.
So either they got some news from something, or something either spooked them or gave them a reason to split off, and for the rest of them to book it. There's a lot of potential concerning things about this, and it's kind of trying to figure out which way is what we need to be more concerned about. The one who peeled off by himself, or I mean, of course, I suppose too that if we're getting close to that, they may have been just trying to make it to Baragos as fast as they could, by the end of the day.
Well,
Yeah,
I have a quick question for you. Woodcraft is certainly not my forte. The opposite side of the road, the west side, that they seem to have fled from, was there any disturbance there? Animal nest, something?
I noticed no sort of disturbances in the immediate area. No, I did not check for every bird's nest and rabbit den in the underbrush.
No. I mean something that would have set the horses to spook.
Out of character, I assume not, because I said I didn't notice any. You said I didn't notice any disturbances. So if something were charging the road, I feel like I would have probably seen some tracks or something going on, right?
Yeah, in the road itself, there were no disturbances.
But nothing in the immediate surrounding area to where the track peel off happened.
Yeah, nothing around.
Okay.
It's just fields of grass.
Yeah.
sparsed with some small rocks.
Right.
Those rocks did kill an orc, though.
I'll keep my eye on them.
Damn rock people.
And I'll give one a sarcastic tap with my staff, as if to say, I'm watching you. Don't try anything.
Okay. So, Cloud, how far out were you scouting again?
The wagon's moving basically at about foot speed anyway, so it's really just kind of a case of because I have that extra burst of speed, I can go I'm just maybe going a couple minutes ahead on the road and taking the time to kind of look around, and then letting the wagon catch up, and maybe I'll go 5 minutes ahead, and then I'll wait for it to catch up and stuff like that. I'm just kind of because I'm a little more stealthy and my perception's decent, even though I'm not rolling anything decent tonight. I just figured it was best for me to kind of scout the way, if possible, rather than just us rolling headlong into something without having any idea of what we're about to hit.
Okay.
So yeah, it varies anywhere from a minute to 5 minutes up the road.
Okay. So as Cloud's kind of going over with Dwayne about what he saw, and Felon is sticks, bones with similar tokens, 25. As Felon's playing with the orcish weather sticks in a different manner than you've seen him playing with them before. Anybody else want to do anything else while we're waiting for Felon? I'm going to take that as a Bueller.
Yeah, I think
Felon, what is your exact question?
Okay. So, so we proposed a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. So
yeah, so I guess it's not a question.
It's not a question, but it's the plan. The plan of action I'm asking about would be investigating the tracks that lead off the road.
Right. If we followed that one track.
Right. If we followed the one track that leads off the road, what would happen?
Would it be good? Would it be bad? Would it be a bit of both? Or, whatever.
So as you're tossing around the sticks and you're taking this minute to kind of throw them around, the sticks start to sort themselves out into two different piles. You're starting to see more of them on the left side, but then more of them on the right side, and then more of them on the left side. And as you finish towards the end of this, your quill actually kind of taps the ground, and all of the sticks come together around that quill, and you interpret it as both weal and woe.
All right. So it's good and bad down there. So I think we should do it.
Good and bad.
Yeah. Because it's not nothing. Which is
That's
really,
fair.
to be honest, is the only answer that would make it not go down there.
I mean, from where we're at on the road, we were probably going to hit town before nightfall anyway, right?
Yeah, you'd be able to, if you guys pushed for your last little bit, you'd be able to make Burgost if you left your location right now by the end of the night.
So if we were going to get there earlier in the day, then it wouldn't hurt us too much to make a short detour, but if we're going to have to...
Could be someone over there. We don't know what.
and we know that there are orcs around, or potentially something worse, and whatever it was, it scared them. There were also undead we ran into a couple days ago. I think we need to investigate.
Forest is called Sharp Teeth. So, anything coming out of there doesn't sound.
Well, cats have sharp teeth.
Hey, flash a big toothy smile.
Case in point.
I am a little concerned about what may or may not have happened here. If we can't discern better what caused this, I have to agree with Felon. I think at least a cursory investigation might be warranted.
Ned, Ted, do you have money for lodgings at Baragost?
Well, yeah.
There
Ted-
will be no living with them if we do not investigate this. I would expect it to be
Wow.
best for you to carry on to Baragost at speed. You will most likely meet up with the riders there, and we will see to whatever dangers are off the road.
Okay. And Ned and Ted takes a look at you and says, "Well, yeah. I don't want to be a part of. No, that sounds dangerous." Yes, Felon, you got it.
Well, I look at Dwayne and I say, do you want to send them by themselves? Alone?
The only other option would be to have them stay here by themselves, alone, closer to the danger,
Well, we don't know
or
how far we're
abandon
going
the
in.
cart.
We might be going 10 minutes into the woods.
Then we will catch them up. The cart does not travel all that fast, and we can
I
run.
suppose that's true. All right. But I just wanted on the record that this was Dwayle's idea.
And as the record gets set,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Briseis is a bit surprised that he's off to go. 'Cause he could stay with the cart and they could go, but she's not saying any of this. She's just, it seems a bit out of character for him. But
What, to see the well-being of my employees?
All right, so tell me what's happening here. So you got, I'm assuming you guys are not at this side path. You guys are getting the cart ready to go by itself, is that right?
yeah, Ned and Ted rush off to try to get to Baragost, and they're going to catch up. Hopefully it won't take them very long.
All right. So everybody's going down to try to figure out where this path is going, and then you guys are sending Ned and Ted off onward.
Yes, and if there is nothing down this path, we turn around and make haste to catch up to the cart. Oh, actually, that is a thought. Ned, Ted, if you see a bright green light in the sky behind you, slow the cart, we will catch up.
Ned and Ted, they just kind of look and nod. How high? Does it make noise? Should we just keep looking?
Oh, I'll make a bunch of noise. Just look over your shoulder every so often.
Okay. So as you all go, you guys are heading back down the road. You guys are at the path, and you're getting ready to search off it. Everybody give me a perception check.
Hey, there we go.
Yay, the one was on the right side.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move us to a map here.
Sure.
Hey, I've used this map before.
And you guys are gonna be in the middle of it. And then we'll just pretend that there's 2 horses at the front of the cart. Because the last horses I made were literally the most ugly things I've ever seen.
Wait, did you draw those?
No.
No, I was gonna say. I thought that I was gonna say that was impressive if you pulled that together that quickly.
No, I will never ever draw anything for you guys. I promise.
I had to make a map on the fly this past Sunday for a place where an investigation of fight was taking place I wasn't ready for, and I had to stop things for like a half hour to try to learn drawing a house in Roll20's interface. It was not pleasant.
Every so often, like, I'll just drop a couple dollars on, like, the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Map assets and stuff.
I've been
And
spending a lot of time
it
looking at the
has
marketplace stuff
made-
lately.
It's made my life so, like, simpler. Just, like, I can drop trees and rocks in houses and things, and it just
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more sense. So the path is heading this way to the east. It kind of curves a little bit. But as you get to this point with the hoof prints and the path leading to the east, Briseus and Felon, to your left and to your right, you do notice that parts of the grass seem to be slightly more elevated than other, and you can see a little bit of sod coming out of the ground at certain parts. And Cloud, you see that one of the rocks right next to you, it looks like just a little bit off the top of it has been melted away, like it's been pummeled with rain for like 50 years.
Okay.
And then you start to feel a little bit of rumble in the ground.
Oh boy.
Have Ned and Ted got off yet?
No, they're still bunched up here with you guys. And as you see these things, and as you hear rumbling, Dwayne does not hear the rumbling, or it doesn't feel it in his feet, as three things come out of the ground around you guys.
Oh boy.
You guys can, given all the information that you have, you guys can make knowledge checks if you want to try to figure out what these are.
I mean, assuming I would even have an idea. What would that be like?
You can make yours a disadvantage.
Would this be like a nature check, or?
Yes, nature would be appropriate.
Yeah, a disadvantage would be a
Where are
10.
you in your chair? Like,
So let me tell you a little something about these things.
Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants.
This verse says, this is why you never leave crumbs on your clothing.
He just gives him a look like, what?
Dwayne, you know exactly what these are, but the sight of them and your complete surprise at seeing them has paralyzed you from saying anything until your round in initiative. And Felon, you know that these things are local to the area, but you can't just quite remember what they are.
Okay. Probably roll initiative, right?
And we're gonna roll initiative.
This time I'm going to remember to select my token before I roll, so I don't have to roll twice. Wow, look at me, actually remembering.
And a good roll to remember it on.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
And Felon, as it kind of just tips onto the tip of your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. You remember its name.
Oh, I remember.
Wait, that's the roll for the whole group?
Where'd the turn order go?
Oh, I closed it because I'm
You
good
did?
at this.
Well, on the plus side, they're they're at the bottom of the order.
They are.
Face is just
Well-
horrified.
While
Like,
crawling
"Woo!"
about on the ground, they all simultaneously sprain all 6 of their ankles.
Doyle, you stand, and the sight of these just completely baffles you. The fact that they exist and the fact that they're here. And since this is our surprise round, I do have to go to 7.
Yep.
I'm sorry, you will not be surprised next round.
Icky.
Oh, it's because he failed a perception
Mhm.
check. I was going to say, I'm like, why was he surprised?
Nope.
We weren't, but
Surprise.
all right, fair enough. Well, fun. Oofa doofa. How do I want to do this? I mean, they're all spread around. We notice all 3 of them pop up there. I mean, Felon and Dwayne are over that side. Probably the best bet for Bryceus and I would be to take these ones ahead. Trying to see what my... Could get to that one very easily. Yeah, probably a good idea to keep Ned and Ted out of danger. So, in this situation, I would, like I said, eyes blow wide, ears flip back, spring into action, staff readied. He kind of goes down into almost like a 3-point, like legs in one arm, kind of like a gallop. Bounds forward, kind of springs over past the horses, up into melee range with this one. And I don't have my player's handbook, but I do have this here. Hold on. I'm thinking using my, which I didn't do before, but using my key points to dodge instead of getting that one extra attack might be the better way to go, because I do not need to get smashed before I turn around. So I think I have to use its bonus action, I believe, to kick in my... Sorry, here I'm trying to look up my stuff because I don't have...
So it's a key point to use your bonus action to dodge,
I'm trying to think
disengage,
with my normal martial arts, because I'm not using my bonus action to get that extra martial arts attack, is it?
It is.
It is. It is. Okay, I thought so. Or I didn't think so, but all right, that's good to know. In that case, then I will probably, I guess, just do a standard. Actually, no, I could probably survive a hit. He says famous last words. There's 3 of these things. You know what? I'm gonna drop the key point and do flurry of blows. So quarterstaff first. 18.
It as you go to hit it, it hits its the head of it looks very much almost like plate mail.
Okay.
But as you go to hit it, it seems to give just a little bit. So it seems like your strike has some impact.
Okay. Well, thank goodness for that. So 6 points of bludgeoning on that. Okay, finally got to my monk stuff. And then yeah, with my first unarmed 9, so that's definitely a miss. And my last one, 19.
Yeah, your claws seem to be something that it hasn't really come across yet.
All right.
And you successfully managed to rake it on the second try.
Okay. I will. So that's 5 points of damage, and then I'm going to use the open hand technique. And it has to make a strength save, or it gets pushed 15 feet away. And the DC would be 8, 9, 10. 12 is the DC for that. God damn it.
It seems very low to the ground.
Yeah.
And it seems like a nice center of gravity below it.
All right.
And as you run forward, your presence seems to only startle the horses just a little bit more.
Of course.
But the horses are definitely freaking out as soon as these things come out of the ground. Ned spends his time just trying to keep the horses from running in 2 separate directions or running forward, and he seems to have the horses under control for now. While Ted, not leaving the cart, looking at these things, he takes a shot at the one to the west. Don't worry, it's just the stat block.
Uh-huh.
Ted is not a bandit.
We knew all along.
Damn it, my plans are foiled. And it seems to just patang right off of his, right off of this thing's hide. He then lays down in the cart.
His moment of bravery spent.
Felon.
Someone say, "Oh, they're on kegs. I remember. They're indigenous to this area." And then he would.
Great. Thanks for the info.
They're usually found in groups. He would point at this one with his quill and shoot out a bolt. Is that? I'm hoping 19.
That's a shiny bolt you got there.
Do you know anything about their mating habits? Maybe what their favorite foods are?
Well, these are probably females. The males are much smaller. And I'm assuming that hits it. If that does 17 damage. And
the next person who hits them has advantage.
Against which one?
This one down here.
Oh, the one on the west. Okay.
Yeah, this bolt of light just sears right through all of its plating, and it just burns. It burns like a nice, shiny, bright hole in the side of the plating as well. That looks a lot weaker than all of his other plating, and it's a very success.
Woo! But that's all I'm gonna do.
And Briseus, as you see Cloud rush forward, you see Ned and Ted trying to take care of the cart, and you see Felon put a hole into this one on the left. What do you do?
She's gonna put herself between, I guess, like here, it and them. And she is to just come running at it with her. She'll, like,
Oh, nice.
smack it really hard.
So that blunt texture definitely puts a damper on this beast that's in front of you. I mean, you kind of see it's not. It's pretty good to go still. And now the ant kegs. As you see all three of them, kind of as you approach, they kind of raise up a little bit on their hind legs. And then you start to see just this clear fluid start shooting out. So Briseus, Felon, and Dwayne, I'll need dex saves.
Can't I just hide behind my shield? That's what they're for. Dex.
Only if you have shield master feats or whatever. Right?
That's what she's gonna get.
As this happens, can Felon shout out, "Oh yeah, they shoot acid! Watch out!"
Yeah, he absolutely can.
A second before it splashes him in the face.
Below
and
average. Nice.
And then Felon, you can make yours as well.
Oh shit! I totally forgot I was in that line. I apologize. That's my bad. I fail.
Oh,
so I
damn.
take 9.
And then this one, no, he's behind the cart and 2 horses. That's not going to happen.
Shoot the horses. That would be unfortunate.
Oh man, that would suck so hard.
So the ant keg in front of Cloud just goes to bite at him. 15?
That's it. That's just barely a hit.
Okay, you are grappled.
Grappled. It doesn't actually do any damage?
No, you'll take...
Oh, okay. So it's just locking me in its mandibles. Oh, until the
You're
grapple
taking
ends.
syntax. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, he'll have advantage to hit you.
Okay.
And he just chunks into you, and
Yep.
he's using his forward legs, and he's just holding on for dear life.
That's fun.
And then this ant keg on the side. Closes the gap with Dwayne. and goes to make him into a snack.
Come on, Fumbly.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I will ask you a question. As a DM, in surprise round, do attacks against surprise characters have advantage?
I don't think so.
Well, I think it's just because there isn't really surprise rounds anymore. It's just if somebody is surprised in the first round of combat, they just don't get an action, I believe.
Yeah,
I
think that's...
Then, as this guy's charging at you, Dwayne, he just kind of, like, he looks hungry. He looks like he's hurt, and he's just trying to take care of whatever's next to him. And when he's trying to grab you with his legs to get you in the spot for the bite, he just kind of trips over his first ankle. 1 ankle down, 5 ago.
Oh, Briseis, you still took half from a successful save.
So what was that?
It was 9, so 4.
4.
No, they do not have advantage. I just looked it up.
Thank you. And Dwayne, as this one fumbles at your feet, and you're now no longer paralyzed with 3 seconds of recognition of how awful these things can be, what do?
Acid. Why acid?
Well, you see, they primarily use it for hunting.
Alright, so we will move around 5, 10, 15, 20. Why are they... Oh. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm looking at
the
wrong
grid
grid.
is... Yeah.
Sorry about that. Alright, so get away from the other ones without leaving his range. And then I will Burning Hands straight up north.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. And we will go like that.
I'm sorry, was that at level 1 or level 2?
No, level 2. Sorry, level 2. So that'll be 13.
You kind of see this hole that Felon has made gets even brighter as this flame just rakes across.
Kill it, kill it,
and
kill it, kill it.
And it seems to warp its plates and make them just a little bit more malleable. And now we're back over to Cloud, who's currently being grasped by the world's friendliest Ankag.
Yep. Okay, so I'm considered grappled currently. So I have a question for you, Mr. DM, sir. So looking at grappled interconditions, so grappled creature's speed becomes 0, can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Condition ends, the grappler is incapacitated, blah, blah, blah. If the condition also ends if an effect removes the grappled creature from the reach of the grappler, or the grappling effect, such as if the creature is hurled away by a Thunderwave spell. So my question,
you can push it.
That's what I was wondering, is if I managed to hit it with either of those pushes, would that disgrapple me?
Yep.
Okay. Well, but okay, so here's another thing, though. If I was going to try to just escape the grapple, that would be just my action for the turn, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, so I have to bank on hitting with one of those strikes and knocking it away. Obviously, I've got 2 chances of that if I burn a key point, or I'm going to be dead. Well, incapacitated, at least. If I do manage to... If I try to do an escape, I could still... Actually... Because if you're escaping a grapple, you can use either athletics or acrobatics, correct?
Yes.
Like I say, I just had some grappling going on in my game last week, and I had to look up the rules for it. Because athletics, I would be screwed, but acrobatics, I have a much better chance of getting away.
Let's like kick it in the face and then like backflip away.
Yeah, basically, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Trying to see what I can still do if I can get escape. Well, here's the question: if I escape with that, is my move still reduced to 0 for the turn?
Once you're no longer affected by the grapple condition, your movement returns to normal.
Okay, that's good to know. Because in that case, then I could, yeah, if I can escape like that, then I can definitely get out of town and get away. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend my inspiration to get advantage on this acrobatics roll. I'm going to try to wiggle out of its pinchery tooth mouth. Here we go. Hail Mary. I mean, that is high enough. Because it would be DC 13. All right. Fair enough.
You definitely wiggle out of its pinchy grasp.
All right. Well, in that situation, then I'm going to. So I flip out of there. I'm going to burn a key point to kick in dodge, and I'm going to disengage with this one and fall back over to where they're beating on this one down below. So I guess they did an attack of opportunity on me.
Okay.
At disadvantage. Ooh. Good, good. All right, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let's get in behind over here. And that's my turn.
As this barrier to the Ankeg, in between the Ankeg and the horses, runs, the horses seem to spook even a little bit more.
Yeah, sorry guys.
But using the same kind of aptitude Ned displayed earlier, he's still keeping them together, or at least not trampling each other. As Ted stands up, he sees that there's frickin' Ankeg right next to the cart. And it's threatening, like, the entire reason why he's here. So he's gonna stab at it.
With the advantage.
And it has advantage. And he just kind of pierces right into the glowy spot.
Oh, because that one's still guiding bolted, right?
Yeah. And he's jamming this with two hands because he doesn't, contrary to his picture, he doesn't actually own a shield.
How long does the guiding bolt last for?
It's just the next attack.
Okay, so that will clear it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But this guy still looks... He's bleeding and bloodied, and he has holes, and he has weak plate, but he's still moving around, although he doesn't look comfortable with the amount of living things next to him.
Oh, right. Okay. So I'm gonna see if I can't make him regret that. Well, first, I'm gonna try to make him regret it. So first, I'm gonna Sacred Flame him. So, eat this.
Well, it's not a humanoid, so it might actually fail its save.
Well, let's see. You say that, but that's gonna pass. Second deck, 7 radiant damage.
And this guy falls, like, just to the ground. It looks like the flames have kind of burnt him from the inside out, and maybe had ruptured one of his fluid sacs, and it just seems to be completely melting.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And then I'm gonna move to here, and then I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon on this one that Bryceus is attacking. So I'm gonna put it like right there-ish.
Book time.
Book time. So the book appears and tries to smack him. I think that succeeds.
Your book, just as well as you, or actually I should say just as well as Dwayne, is well knowledged in how these things move.
Uh-huh. And so I smack him with it, so he takes 7 force damage.
And this seems to bother the Ankeg, and it seems very agitated and trying to get all the schnibbly bits at Briseus, whose turn it is.
And she's gonna keep wailing on it. Or not.
Oh.
Her the hoof she can't really feel much on. Probably gets stuck on a rock and fumbles her, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rocks kind of disturbed in the areas where the Ankegs came out of the ground, and that's probably playing some into.
Because that toad doesn't bend.
Cloud, I thought you were watching the rocks.
Unfortunately, there are too many of them, and I only have 2 eyes.
All right, so the Ankeg that is in front of Briseus is going to try to move. No, he's not going to move that way.
I was gonna say, do spiritual weapons get attacks of
He's going to try to put the cart and the horses in between anything else, and still take a bite out of Briseus.
Nope.
And it seems like this movement, maybe the horses are putting him off here. And then this one knows that this thing hurt it, or tried to hurt it. And he saw what the robed one and the person behind the horses did.
It's weighing a lot of complex decisions for an animal.
Yeah, I don't like the decision it's about to make, though.
It doesn't like getting burnt. Knowing it can't actually reach either of you, just wants to spit acid and share its digestive inside with you.
Here's where I drop.
All right, 4 damage. Maybe 2 damage.
Well, okay. Maybe. Dexterity save. Here we go. What is
Every
it?
bit of inspiration. Hang on,
13?
I'm throwing inspiration on.
Of course not.
So as Dwayne is kind of telling you about what the hell these things do, and he's burning his inspiration point, you manage to avoid, based on Dwayne's calling out of what's about to happen next, and you take 2 damage instead of 4.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was throwing inspiration on you.
Oh, I didn't know you had a... Oh, I didn't know that was it. I thought you were talking about you were putting it on
No,
yourself.
I wanted it on you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I am at 1 hit point then.
And let me see how I actually do myself.
And as he's pointing out to you and trying to make sure that you understand what the hell's going on. He just takes it and it goes all over his clothes and it just burns off his the left arm of his shirt.
This is why I can't have nice things.
But he can have his revenge.
All right, so I'm gonna take my distance here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna go with old reliable firebolt. We hope. Spluttering and cursing as I back up. 12 enough?
As you shoot this bolt, it goes right at him, and it's a square hit on his headpiece, and then it just kind of glances off into the distance.
Cursed little animals. I'm gonna let Phelan at you to collect ingredients when we're done.
Run to a healer, Cloud.
And we are
Right.
on Cloud.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make abundant use of my my natural gifts here to kind of kite this thing. I'm gonna reach into one of my pouches and pull out one of my throwing darts and wing it at it. 17.
This heavy dart, you get a very good angle on it. It's not much as the force of your throw, but as the direction of it. And you manage to wedge it in between two plates.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say you got a good angle on it, but then it glances off. For 4 points. And then after that, I am going to... Oh, oops, I got my drawing tool on. Going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Back out of the way. Actually, 30, 35. I think I can stay, as long as it doesn't get more acid, I can probably stay just out of range enough on these things to... Actually, right there. No, because it already... Well, no, it already acided. Well, I don't know if they've been recharging. All right, you know what? Right there. Yeah.
Okay. As there's a horse literally right next to the Ankag.
Kick it, horse.
Ned actually manages to calm the horse to the point where it can defend itself against this Ankag. And it just smacks the shit out of this Ankag that's next to it. And as Ted has seen that this thing on the left has also spit acid, but the thing on the right is threatening the horses. He's going to take a shot at the horse threatening Ankag. But he's too concerned about hitting the horses, and his shot just goes wide. And Ned's like, I can't hold these guys for much longer here. Not with this beast. Speaking of beasts, Felon.
Means. So first things first, the book's going to smack this one. Thing. Oh, remarkably consistent, this
Good
book.
smack.
For 8 force damage. And then I'm going to reach over and I'm going to slap Cloud. One of them.
Slap him and knock him unconscious.
Good, some 10 healing. Look at that. That's a good roll.
Oh, that's much appreciated.
And I'm going to move
Gouda?
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, we're good. Like that's the
Yeah, that's it.
extent-
That's all I can do.
All right. You see, Brightface, you see Felon giving you some support, that not with himself, but with his book.
Mm.
And what do you do?
She's going to drop her stick and pull out the sword and try hacking at that, hoping that the blade will cut deeper.
All right. So the sword, as you're using it, it actually like you're using it just like the quarterstaff, but as you turn it, it actually goes through the plate instead of bouncing off. And it goes in about an inch.
Of course, I roll a 1 when it comes to. But I'm hitting.
Yeah. And anything else?
Nope. I think that's all I even can do.
All right.
Well, actually, she'll hopefully put herself between. Like, she knows it spits acid, and she's hoping that she could deflect some of it if it happens again.
All right. Yeah. This guy's done.
Get to try and smack it again?
Yes, if you'd like to use your reaction.
Nice smack.
Yeah, and as he tries to step away from you, you cut off its head. I mean, you just literally cut off its head as it's walking away, and it's kind of an important apparatus.
They kind of need those for reasons.
Yeah,
Little
for
bit.
reasons. This guy is taken off. Trying to think here. He looks around as his species mate person. I don't know what that's called in terms for monsters is dying. He looks around and just faces straight down and just starts digging into the ground. And you don't. I mean, like all of you, as you're looking around, because you've seen both of the other ant eggs go down. It looks like the ant egg literally just disappears. Now that's Whale.
Knowing as much as I do about ant eggs, they are like big ants. Big ants live in big colonies. Moving along quickly. So as that one vanishes, Dwayne will take dash to get up to the cart. All in and start moving quickly. Highly recommended.
Okay.
And that'll be it.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah, for once, Dwayne has an idea that Cloud agrees with. And thinking that it's a pretty safe bet now that we can guess what happened to the horses. Yeah, he's going to definitely make a beeline for the cart. And, well, I don't know if he'd actually hop on, but because we don't have that many people on there. But yeah, definitely heading over there. Not the tool.
I believe we agreed you could comfortably fit 3 in the back. I might have downsized the cart.
3 in
Well,
the back, 3 in the front, so one of us can get on the buckboard.
Yeah, whatever. However we got to do it. I'm just giving preferential treatment for everybody else to get on there first, since I'm more mobile than they are. Like, if push came to shove, I could actually outrun these things if I needed to. Not that I would want to, but
Felon.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, what do you do?
This guy's gone, right?
Yes, when you were watching the other Ankeg to the north fall, the one to the west looked like it just looked down and then disappeared.
Okay. I'm going to agree with Dwayne and say yes. Ankeg spook easily, but they'll soon be back and in greater numbers. And I hop onto the cart. Like there-ish.
do Ankeg always ride single file to hide their numbers as well?
No, as you can see, the file. That's ridiculous, Cloud. Come on, let's be serious here. And I'm keeping the book around. I don't trust it, so I'll bring the book over by, like, over here, just in case anymore.
As you're starting to get up, Ted says, "Mule won't run with 5." Seeing as we're making nerd references, Bryceus.
She will, I guess, hop up on the front since that's wherever the other spot is. If they were all ready.
And you guys
to
are
go.
just booking it out of there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Booking it at a reasonable pace. So Dwayne will inform Ned and Ted. Do watch for any paths across the road that look disturbed. If the Ankegs have been digging under the road, it may cause. And then he does a good Phelan impersonation for a minute or two, explaining about the way Ankeg tunnels work.
You do a very good Phelan impersonation, and you can tell that it's almost perfect, but not quite, because their eyes glaze over a little bit quicker than when Phelan usually explains things.
So close. It's the ears. I don't have the ears.
Yep. True.
And you guys can proceed out of there. And I will drop us out of initiative and break time.
Sure. Works for me.
Yep.
Versailles does have mending, so if it's possible to mend from acid, she will try to do that.
Okay, everybody back?
Yep.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
I'm here.
And Rob's muted, so I'm going to go ahead and assume yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted still. Yeah, I'm here.
All right. As you guys are scurrying away, riding the cart a little bumpily, you see Ned in the front urging the horses on faster. As you're kind of nursing some of your wounds, maybe Cloud still holding parts of himself together. As you continue...
Briseis had cast Prayer of Healing on everybody as they were escaping.
Yeah, okay, so that first 10 minutes at the back of the cart is just chanting. All right. As you continue down the path, about a half an hour down, Cloud, are you resuming your front scouting?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Give me survival.
Survival. 19.
You do see horse tracks coming from the east and
Rejoining.
then rejoining. Yeah.
Fair
the
enough, huh?
land, the land route.
At least it seems like they got away in one piece, apparently.
That's good. Or it's just the horse. We'll see.
And as you keep going down, down towards Burgos, you do see that the hoof prints in front of you, they do ease up a little bit, but it looks like they're still moving pretty quickly. And you guys arrive at the town, or you start seeing the town on the horizon, right as dark is approaching, right at dusk. The town of Burgos is very, very small. It's very similar to Nashkel in terms of size. There's a couple houses outlying on the outside, and there's... as you're approaching, you can actually see a stable outside, and it looks like there's 4 horses stabled there. The town is very, very quiet. You're not noticing much noise as you're approaching it. There are lights in the center of the town, but the houses on the outskirts don't have lights on.
Phelan, Briseis, offer a prayer to your respective gods that the inn here is of note.
Of note? What does that mean?
Good repute.
Oh,
Well
like
equipped.
not a brothel.
I could even do with a reasonable brothel.
All
Anywhere
right.
with a bath. I feel as though I've been digested.
Well, you have, really, if you think about it.
Yes, and I feel like it, Phelan. Cannot imagine.
Know what were you going to say?
I cannot imagine any of you feel much better.
I mean... Yeah.
Though I suppose only Cloud wears as little protection as I, so he would have taken the brunt of it.
So as you guys are entering into the town of Burgos, the streets are like there's people and they're running around and talking, but when you do a quick check of how many houses were along the outside and the number of people you were expecting, it seems to be a little bit less. There's only a couple of people coming to and fro. And as you approach the center of town, it's relatively well lit. There seem to be signs on most of the shops on the inside of town. One hanging with a blacksmith and an anvil. One hanging looks like it's a little bit decayed or worn down. The top part of it has been worn off, and it's hanging from one chain, and the bottom just says shop, spelled with an E at the end.
Shop.
Well, good start.
And then in town, and then a little bit next to it you see an inn, or what you assume to be an inn. It has the word inn on its panel, and then above the door it's labeled as the Gypsy's Candle. There appear to be a couple more shops around the town. One has dresses outside of its window. There's like a butcher, what looks to be more of like a farmer supply store as opposed to like a general store. And those are the things that stand out to you in the middle of town.
Here's the inn.
Ah, good. Let's go secure rooms. Ned, Ted, do you intend to stay with the cart? Or will you be joining us in the inn?
As your turn to ask this question, you see them already unpacking their tent and bags, and going back to the stable area. And they say, "Yet, listen, Lord Aiden is very specific.
Understood. We will have food sent out to you.
We're gonna go get." Thank you. And as they turn and walk back, they sling their bags over their shoulder. And what you see, their bedrolls on their back. One of them has a big T, and one has a big N labeled on them.
Oh dear.
Phelan, you sound disappointed, yet there is some proof that they have somewhat literate.
I guess in the most basic of sense, they are literate, and I can't fault them for that.
There, see common ground at last. Soon you'll be fast friends, I'm sure.
Is that common ground?
Well, technically the nobles own the ground, but the commons live upon it.
I don't think that makes sense. No, I'm pretty sure that doesn't make sense.
I workshop hundreds of these a year. They can't all be gems.
Fair enough.
So as you guys enter the inn, while it is nighttime and it appears to be right around dinner time, there's not that many patrons inside of the Gypsy's Candle. you kind of hear this very low-key music coming out of the corner. But there appears to be 20 or so tables, and maybe 4 of them are populated, all with what appear, especially to Dwayne, to be commoners. As you enter, there's the innkeeper, the one behind the counter. It says, visitors, excellent, come. A meal? And he looks at Dwayne and at Cloud and says, a bath? A night?
Yes. 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 4 rooms, 6 meals, 3 to 6 baths. I'm not sure.
I don't need a bath. I'm fine.
He's not.
So as you guys all say yes at the very same time, he seems kind of startled, and it takes a little bit to recover. He says, okay, so yes, Beth, and he points at Felon and says, yes, Beth? I heard no, but yes, Beth?
I'm good.
Okay. And he ushers you to a table. It's away from the other patrons, but still like light Brit, still in the middle of the inn. And he ushers and says, I only have vegetable stew right now. I don't have anything. I don't have meat right now to feed you guys. As he's kind of ushering you into chairs, and one of the servers brings over some ale. He says, if you require a little bit more of a dish, it can be done, and it would just take some time. Might be in 2 hours.
Vegetable stew is fine for me, thank you.
Yes, please. 2 bowls.
And he comes back immediately and just starts dropping it on the table. Places it nicely in front of Briseus, kind of acknowledging the politeness of asking, and puts it nicely in front of Dwayne, assuming that if he doesn't, he'll get yelled at. Cloudy doesn't know how to place, and then Felon, he just drops 2 bowls down.
Perfect.
Thump.
Perfect.
Give him a thanks and tuck in. Cloud is had a rough day, bit beat, wants to eat and go to sleep.
Yeah, Briseus is finally gonna unlatch her shield and hang it on the back of the chair. Just stretch out her shoulder a bit.
We'll take about 15 gold coins out, pass them over to the innkeeper for the rooms, the baths, and the meals. There are 2 gentlemen staying in the stables. See that they have good meals as well.
And this is kind of the response that the innkeeper is giving. He just kind of stands there and he stares
Quickly.
at the amount of gold, and he says, yes, absolutely. My name is Hundi. Let me know whatever you need.
I have had a bad day. I need a good night.
Yes. And then you can see him kind of scurry into the back, and just kind of not yelling, but very quickly talking to the other 2 people, one server and what appears to be one and one maid, and just like pointing, kind of gesturing at all of you, to make sure with urgency that you're taken care of. In a few minutes, as you guys are wrapping up food, Felon is already onto his second bowl and off to the races. You see the server lady step out immediately with what appears to be 2 boxes or bags full of foodstuffs for the outside, for where you indicated. As the meal wears on, you guys are more than, like, all of the patrons have cleared out by this time, as it's been pretty dark. You guys just bathing and then bedding. I mean, I imagine this scene where you're sitting around the table and you're just eating and no one's saying anything.
Yeah,
Being
that's
exhausted.
basically.
Like so tired, your eyes feel like they're sliding off your.
Just trying to eat before you pass out into your bowl.
Yeah, and that's kind of the scene that I'm imagining.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically, like I said, Cloud's plans are to finish food, do a modicum of cleaning up, you know, get the blood out of the fur, clean yourself up, pass out.
Yep. Dwell's basically eating until the bathwater's hot, then going and soaking and wincing at the fresh sunburn feeling all over him, and then trying to assemble a set of clothing that matches from what's left.
Whatever it is, I imagine it'll be the highest of fashion.
It will be, but it may be a little less road ready. Look fantastic, but it'll shred on any brambles.
At some point, maybe in the morning, like when Briseis sees Dwayne in his delicate clothing, if you want us to dress better for the situations you are hoping for us to get into, perhaps you should dress, maybe while we're here, purchase clothes for the road so you have some of your own left. You could change when we get to where we're going. While we're here, this is our world. We get to your world, then you could change back.
Briseis, dear, are you aware of clothing that would survive a double dousing in the bile of an ankeg?
I just mean wear something that won't shred if you move to.
This is not
Get an
my first
actual-
choice.
Get some actual traveling clothes so that if it does get destroyed, you will not have wasted all all your money and your fineries. It's to save whatever fineries you're getting.
I do have travel clothes. We've just been going through them at a ridiculous rate. First
That's not no.
the kobolds, then the ankegs,
Those aren't
then
travel
the
clothes. No.
then the orcs.
You need sturdy clothes.
They do
don't
not
have
make
to be pretty while we're traveling. Is what. Be practical.
My
While
clothing
we're
is
moving.
practical and pretty. That is
It
the
is
privilege
not.
of that is the
There's
privilege
no
of spending
such
a
thing.
The dress you wear is an example of such a thing. Well, you may not be wearing it now, but the dress you have worn. pretty, and practical. I'm rather jealous.
Enchanted.
I just don't look good in such attire.
I'm just trying to save your nice clothing.
I appreciate it, and when we have the time and the funds to acquire clothing that is both fashionable and functional,
Well,
I will.
until then, get something functional. Nobody but us is going to see you.
Yes, but you will see me.
I'll
We
remember.
don't care.
Oh, you do. If you didn't, you wouldn't mention it now. See how much attention you are paying to my attire?
Only because it's probably about what 30% of our conversations with you are about.
Come the morning when the tailor opens, I will stop in and see if they have anything fashionable and sturdy.
Because at this rate, you're going to end up naked by the time we get escape.
And that would make a dramatic entrance.
Probably not the sort of one you want to make, though.
No, I can see where that would be a disadvantage.
Kind of at this point, the baths have actually gotten hot enough to be able to use. And I imagine, well, and you know what? Dwayne could have gone at any time because he could have made them hot. But instead, we have this discussion about traveling clothes, which strikes near and dear to Dwayne's heart. Baths are ready. You can all bath up if you like. Felon, what are you doing, considering that you are not scrubbing all of the grime and death out of you?
Well, Felon is not concerned about the acid that might be still lingering in his clothes. So what he would do is request from the inn a bottle of milk, and then he would do his best to rub down his armor and clothes to make sure that any acid left inside is neutral.
Oh, you're going to smell fantastic in 3 days.
Felon is efficient, and the best way to get rid of the acid is to neutralize it, so he's going to do that. He'll dip them in water afterwards, but he wants to get the acid out. And he'll just sit
Congratulations.
at a table at the inn downstairs and do that.
And that is how mozzarella cheese was invented.
New foodstuffs for everyone. As you guys are cleaning up as your evening ritual in all of your different and very unique ways, that would put you guys to the nighttime. I'm assuming you guys want to rest.
Definitely.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please do that. As you wake up in the morning, each of your rooms, as you go to check outside of your rooms, you have fresh towels and hot towels outside of your doors. With what appears to be also a light snack of fruit in the morning.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, dude, 15 gold will get you a lot. And as you come downstairs for breakfast, it seems to be a little bit more hearty than the previous night. There's actual meat at the table. There's sausages. And it seems to be a very bountiful breakfast. You do hear there's a couple more people in the inn this morning. As you're passing through, you hear talks of the dangers of the road. That it's gotten worse in the past month.
Hmm.
Like talk of big bug things attacking people.
No one has specifically mentioned big bug things in the road. Most of the complaints have been derided towards banditry. And as you kind of eavesdrop on one conversation, that sounds like it's talking about specific things on the road.
It's not eavesdropping.
It's two men.
It's people watching.
As Dwayne comes down, he'll call over the innkeeper or the maid and ask them to run and fetch the tailor or seamstress that has the dress shop or the gentleman's shop and fetch them over.
Yeah, of course. And he runs. And Brace, kind of as you're people watching, you see two men talking. The first, I want to be safe around here, and I mean, I've heard tales about these bandits, orcs, and I mean, I guess maybe I'll go get a job at the Friendly Arm Inn. It's a fortress. And the other guy is just like, well, yeah, I mean, that's a solution, but like, I want to get into Candlekeep. Nothing gets into that place. And the two kind of bicker about it a little bit longer. The first blaming the second for not being realistic, and the second yelling at the first for not going after his dreams. But these are the types of things that are getting talked about over breakfast. It seems to be a feeling of general concern for safety.
Hmm.
And as you guys sit down for breakfast, and you go to eat, as you guys are plating up and digging in. Felon, as you go to take your first bite of your eggs for the morning, your fork breaks on the plate.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, I perk up and I look around the room. Are there any candles in here? Is it illuminated by candle?
So the inn itself at this time has no inside light. It has very wide windows, and a lot of that is just natural light coming in.
Okay.
At your moan, the serving lady that's been helping you guys out looks over and says, again. And she brings out like a fresh plate with a new fork and plates up eggs for you again.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's gonna keep happening.
At least for a little while longer.
Well, it's been happening. It's been happening for months. And wait, so you're saying that it's gonna stop happening?
Should be.
Oh well, that is marvelous. Maybe we can actually afford. We've been having to dig these metal shards out of the food, and it's not safe for the guests, and it's not safe for us. And
Right. Maybe wooden stuff. Maybe that'll help.
but to cut meat.
Well, no, not to cut meat.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to intrude, but you're saying it's getting fixed. When is it? What? How?
I mean, I don't want to brag. You know, we were kind of, we were involved in the way it got fixed. We figured out what was causing it, and we put a stop to it. So now the mines in are no longer producing bad ore, but it'll take a while to trickle down.
No, well, I'm. Well, then thank you, and I hope that kindness goes appreciated.
Well, time will tell.
Well, yes, I do. And she's running around. She brings over an extra cup of drink for you, and then just make sure that all of your food at your table stays full. Like trying to pack you in like a horse.
Felon won't object.
Speaking of packed in like a horse, you guys see Ted briefly stopping in. He waves, says, "Yeah, we're just grabbing some breakfast. We're moving today. I mean, I like a hot meal and a roof over my head, but
We have ways to go yet.
yeah."
A few more moments while I see to Taylor, and then we should be off.
Excellent. I'll let Ned know. We'll get the horses. He looks over at the plate that was taken away by the serving lady, and he looks at the fork that's broken it, and he says, "Well, shit. There goes horseshoes from here." And then, like, he's kind of walking out and thinking about it, thinking about what he needs to get to help with the cart. By this time, the tailor has dropped in. While you're still sitting and eating, Casey, he just starts measuring out arms, legs, waist. Are you asking for like anything in particular?
I have approximately you have approximately 1 hour to work. Assemble 2 suits suitable to me, and return quickly. Let's go.
Poof. He kind of looks at you with like frantic eyes, and then runs off.
A bit much, isn't it?
No.
He probably has stuff already made. You could
Probably.
just for the road.
Yes.
What?
He has an
that.
hour. He has an hour to make them worthy of me.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And as we see Felon going, "Oh dear," as he's shoveling what I'm assuming is to be his third helping of pancakes into his mouth.
Mm-hmm. Accurate.
Gotcha. Is there anything else that wants to get done in this apparent next hour?
Not really.
Nope, not especially.
No, I don't really have anything to do in this town. Oh, we're kind of close by. Just, I don't know if there would be, if this would be a thing, but Felon would try to ask around, see if anyone had any news from Candlekeep, see what was going on in there. Since we're kind of close at this point.
So yeah, you ask around in the inn. Nobody, no particular person in the inn has any news from Candlekeep. As you're just about to leave the inn at whatever time that is, someone with more a little bit more of traveling clothes on stops in the inn and says, did we get stuffs for the road?" And the innkeep says, "Well, the roads are still safe to trade with Candlekeep, yes?" And the man's like, "No, but we're still gonna figure it out."
Well, what's wrong with the road to Candlekeep?
Is this traveling merchant turns around to look at you and says, "The same thing that's wrong with all of the roads.
Dangerous.
Bandits, orcs,
Okay.
natural
Interesting.
wildlife, oh my."
What are you trying to get to Candlekeep for?
Well, I mean, we are the closest village, so we are, in general, the deliverer of the things that they don't produce in Candlekeep.
Right.
Sometimes they don't, they don't need food, but sometimes they need some tools.
Interesting. Good luck.
He says, "Well, thank you. I'm heading there. Anything I can do for you?"
Felon thinks about it and almost says something and then says, "Nah."
And he says, "Oh, well, of course. Sorry, it's weird. People usually don't ask about Candlekeep, but I will be off. Thank you."
Good luck.
You didn't have any messages for anyone.
I'll return when I have something to tell them.
You're the one that figured out what was wrong. I would say that's something to say.
I suppose that's a good point. Actually, you know what? That's a really good point. And I would chase after the merchant and say, "Actually, could you deliver a message to them for me?"
Well, yes, I definitely, yes, I can't, yes.
And I'm going to scribble out a note, and I'm going to fold it up and put it in an envelope, give it to him, and just say, and I'm going to write on the front, my name, and I'm going to say, when you get to the gate, give it to them. They'll know who to take it.
He says, "Okay." And then before you turn around, he opens up the envelope and looks at the letter.
A, very rude. B, what kind of race is this person? Because this is not written in common.
He's human.
Okay, it's written in Elvish because it's going to my father.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it's written in Elvish because it's going to my father.
He looks at it and he keeps looking at it and he's like, This is a wonderfully, like, it's so pretty. I mean, I can't read it, but it's so scrawling."
Well,
and then he hands it back to you in the envelope, and then he gives you a piece of wax.
Oh, that's a good call. That's why you're the professional merchant. And I put it back in the envelope, and then I seal it with the wax, and then I hand it back to him.
It's like, I've done this once or twice before. I'll also need 10 gold.
Oh, fine. Dwell!
Yes.
Can I have 10 gold?
Yes.
Thanks, bud. I take 10 gold from Dwell, and I turn around, and I give it to Merchant Guy.
What did you just pay 10 gold for?
To deliver a letter.
That seems somewhat steep.
Well, the man's risking his life. The roads are dangerous.
More so from Nashkel to Baldur's Gate, which was 2.
I don't know. He said they're just as dangerous as everywhere else.
Spend the money if you wish.
I turn around and I say, 5 gold, narrowing my eyes at him.
And he's like, really? This is, I mean, if you really want to do this, and he takes out the 5 gold and he says, well, remember this, if your letter doesn't get there.
No, you can keep it. All right, you win. And then Felon would say, appreciate it, though.
Of course. And he looks like he's heading over to the stables.
Oh, now it's going to be that awkward thing where, like, you say bye to someone and then you walk in the same direction as them.
So as you're walking back, where's, I guess time wise, at the time that this conversation's ending, the tailor has brought over 2 outfits for Dwayne. When you look at them, they appear well made, but not specifically for your size. It looks like the sleeves have been taken in a little. The hem for the pants was let down just a little. But you can only tell this from the inside of the garments.
All my best friends get inside my garments.
You have those?
Eventually. So Dwayne will give the tailor 30 gold. And he'll say, these 2 are passable. But assemble a set for me. I will pick them up when I pass back this way. Likely in a week. If longer, hold them for me.
Oh, absolutely, sir. And he walks away, kind of just looking over his shoulder at you and just like with a questioning kind of face. Not exactly understanding why you'd commission a work that you might not even be back for. As this happens, Felon and Dwayne are both heading towards the stables, probably at this point. What's Cloud been up to this morning?
Relatively little. Nothing really to do in town. Probably just, probably slept in good and hard after a early night. Risking his life takes a bit of a toll. But yeah, like I said, besides like having breakfast and just kind of like accompanying them on their stuff, he doesn't really have any particular errands to run.
All right. As you guys meet up, Ned and Ted are ready and rearing to go. They look relatively excited to get back on the move.
Words.
and onwards and upwards.
Well, I mean, I guess so. Where I'm from, up is north always. So yes, upwards.
All right. As you're leaving Burgos, you can see that there is a road to the west. Felon, you know that road is to Candlekeep.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys are taking the northern road out of Burgos.
They might actually be able to see it a little bit, like a tower. Am I thinking somewhere else?
It is like on top of a hill and it's like a big tower. So I'm like, maybe. I don't know though.
Like off in the distance.
Yeah, it'd be a ways away.
Yeah, something like a couple days travel. But as you're traveling north, you are like even within your first hour, you're actually seeing other people on the road. It's not a rare occurrence. And there's a couple people walking down to Burgos. They look tired, and then as you approach them, they are paying full attention to you. But they do walk by with relative little incident.
Per se, so just awkwardly smile and wave, staring at him. Like, hi.
Yeah, and they kind of dip their heads down towards you as they keep going. They just look in general tired and a little bit dirty from being on the road. Felon, what did your sticks forecast the weather for being today?
The sticks forecast today as being overcast, but no rain.
Okay. So Felon's prediction holds true. And you do see it's dim, or not dim, but rather not sunny as you are approaching the north. About 3 hours into your trip, probably right before lunch, you see ahead of you 6 men. One is wearing so Cloud, these would be about 3 minutes out from you if you're forward scouting.
Sure.
You see 6 men. 5 are wearing just some what looks like ring mail, but the one in the front is wearing plate.
Okay.
All
On
6
foot?
of them on foot.
Okay.
All 6 of them are wearing tabards over their armor, and they look like this.
I'm assuming I probably have no idea what that symbol is.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. You can
I could-
make a check at disadvantage if you want.
Yeah, give it a go. What would that be, like intelligence or history or
Religion, maybe?
religion? I don't know.
Go
what
ahead
that is.
and make a.
I think that's
You know what? Since you have no idea what you're thinking about, give me an untrained
Straight intelligence?
intelligence.
yeah. With disadvantage, definitely not.
Yeah, so you know what it looks like.
Yeah, no idea what this is. And you said they're like about 3 minutes up the road.
Yeah.
Are they doing anything? Or are they just like are they traveling? Like, are they marching? in a
They're
direction, or-
traveling. Yeah, they're traveling down the road.
So they're coming from the north.
Yes.
Okay, but are they like marching in like a formation, or are they just kind of just like making their way?
I mean, they're in line with each other.
Right.
Like it's two. So I guess they would be in a column.
Right.
But they're not like actively.
Fair. Yeah, as soon as I notice that, then I'll definitely loop back and inform the rest of the group. and describe the symbol for it to them if anybody else knows. But let them know that they're armed and armored, but they just appear to be making their way down from the north. They're not. They don't seem overtly hostile. See if anybody else. I'll just describe the symbol as best as I can remember it.
From his description, would Felon be able to recognize the symbol at all?
Okay. Which of your characters have either been to Baldur's Gate or have read anything about Baldur's Gate?
Read about Baldur's Gate, sure.
Primarily
area,
Waterdeep, so probably never been there, but most likely read about it.
Been in the area, but not in the city.
All right. Felon and Doyle, you would know that this is the symbol for the Flaming Fist, which is basically the police organization of Baldur's Gate.
Oh, okay. It's the Baldur's Gate police. So they shouldn't be a problem.
Fair enough.
Just try not to look, I don't know, threatening. Or like you got like a, anything illegal on you.
Well, at the very least, if they're patrolling this direction, hopefully it means the road ahead is clear, at least for a ways.
Hopefully. Or they're bandits who killed a patrol of Flaming Fist and took their armor. Who can say?
Knowing our luck, probably.
All right, so you guys are still just continuing on your path.
Yep. As far as we're aware, they're the good guys, quote unquote.
As you approach, the one in front in plate kind of turns and looks at his men and says, makes a hand symbol, and they stop. They don't move into the road, but they do stop. And he kind of waves and asks you to approach.
All right. I lean over Ned's shoulder and I say, just drive natural.
He kind of just looks at you and he says, I always drive natural. It's the only way I drive.
Oh, well, that's good, Ned. I pat him on the shoulder and lean back into the cart.
Once they get up close enough, Dwayne will call out, "Good day, gentlemen."
Thank you for stopping. You have a horse-drawn cart. I'm sorry, but we'll need to ask you a few questions before we can continue on our way, and you can continue on yours. Who's at the front or helm here? We've got Ned and Ted.
Precise is usually in the back.
I guess
Well,
I said
so
I pat. Oh, sorry.
Good.
Go ahead.
No, good.
I just said I pat. I guess I said I patted Ned on the shoulder, so I guess that would sort of place me up front
Yeah, so Dwayne would be leaning out one side of the back.
for the basis of my silly joke.
Silly joke is canon.
Yep, it is.
Thank you. We'll just need to ask some questions. My name's Jameson, and I just need to inquire as into where this cargo is heading.
Baldur's Gate.
And as he's asking that first question, he's got like this little piece of paper. You can see him already writing at the top.
And
And the contents of your cargo.
iron intended for the Merchant's Guild. And as Dwayle's talking, he's got his own little paper he's flipping out, which unfolds, and basically lays out his entire genealogy, ending down Dwayle House Wands.
You should start taking notes on it, just to like emasculate him, because he has a tiny piece of paper and you have a very large piece of paper. You pull out an enormous pencil.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, you said it was. What was it? I'm sorry. The contents of your cargo was. I'm sorry.
Iron ore intended for the Merchant's Guild.
He kind of like he lowers, like he's had his visor up this time, and you saying iron ore, he kind of lowers that part of his visor so you can see his face, and he says, "Iron ore for the Merchant's Guild in Baldur's Gate." Okay, and as you unfurl that paper, he says, "What is this?"
This is my genealogy. I am Lord Dwayle of House Wand.
And he looks at it as you're fluttering it forward, and he looks at it for maybe like 5 seconds, and then he glances up, and he sees a tiefling and a cat person on the back of your cart.
Well, technically, I'd be probably on foot, but yeah.
Or a tiefling in the back of your cart. And he says, "Really, in the company of a tiefling, you're bringing ore to Baldur's Gate, and you expect me to believe this?"
If you wish to join us on our travel, we'd be more than happy for the company.
You're more than welcome to check out the ore.
Briseis is just watching this guy closely
Yeah.
because it could go south real quick with people.
Yeah, this is not.
Mentality.
This is definitely not boding well.
And he says, "Well, thank you for inviting me to be able to observe this." And it looks like he's scrawling another thing on this piece of paper that he pulled out, and he kind of lifts the tarp. He doesn't throw it off, but he just lifts it up, and he looks and he says, "That's." And what mine did this ore come from?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe it came from Calimshan, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, right? He bought it from Kalashan, brought it here, and then was sending it north with us, right? I thought that was the way it worked.
So Dwayle does confer with him for a moment, and then answers. The ore itself, I believe, is Kalashite in origin, though it comes from Lord Aiden of Nashkel as a sign of good faith. We understand there have been difficulties with the iron in the area, and we have discovered a partial source of that and come to Baldur's Gate to assist the Merchant's Guild in removing it. The troubles.
As you start explaining what you're saying, he's listening, maybe for the first 5 seconds, and you see him still writing, but his face just kind of goes blank. Everybody can give me an insight check.
Absolutely, I will. Excited
Nat,
about showing him the ore.
double nat 20.
Give him disadvantage. I dare you.
I double dare you. So Cloud, the face that you're seeing reminds you a lot of a very particular tabaxi in your homeland. who's let's. I don't have a name. I don't have a Tabaxi name off the top of my head, and I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But you distinctly remember he would always be the one that would identify the other kids who would like take candy or would climb trees without permission or without having somebody watch over. And Bryce says, yeah, that's the same face that you see as well from your time in your temple. The ones that would harp on every little detail or every little rule that was broken. Granted, Lathander doesn't have a ton of rules in his temples. And he looks over and looks back to his group and says, so you're telling me that an Armenian noble who's been sending, the Nation's been sending us crap ore forever, bought ore from a Kalashite and is having it delivered by a tiefling and a cat person and on behest of a lord of Am?
Waterdeep. Oh, you meant Aiden. Yes,
Yep, that's the long and short of it.
It does make for a good story, doesn't it? I'm hoping you'll retell it.
This is unusual.
Understandable.
Briseis puts her hand on her, praying that they go away and this doesn't collapse into something that it doesn't need to be.
Yes, you are. I'm going to need to talk. I'm going to need to talk upwards, and we'll need to talk to all of you. This is. There's not enough information here for me to clear this to go forward. So while I wait for word from my supervisor, we would be more than happy to escort you to the Friendly Arm Inn. It's about a day and a half travel up to the north.
Certainly. We
we'll
stopped there on our way down. It was lovely rooms.
And then we'll need to put a temporary embargo on this ore until we can prove its validity, location, and not introduce any more bad ore into the city of Baldur's Gate.
Understandable. Would you be so kind as to also send word ahead to the Merchants Guild so I can inform them of the delay? You will be sending a runner to Baldur's Gate for this information, I take it?
Yes, I mean, I can definitely include that as well. We can send it with the same runner. And I understand that this is probably an inconvenience for you.
We are here to make a good impression on the Merchants League. We've no reason to offend the constabulary of Baldur's Gate in the process.
Yeah, and I'd be more than happy. We can I'm all about the security of Baldur's Gate as well. We would be more than happy to deliver that message. I haven't heard from the head of the Merchants Guild in a little while, but And that old man's got to be somewhere. We'll track him down and let him know that you're on the way, but delayed.
Captain, what was the name again? I'm so sorry.
Jameson.
Captain Jameson. Well, if you don't mind, here we do have something that might help out a little bit. And Felon reaches into his bag, pulls out a scroll, and as he's going to show it to Jameson, he gets next to him, and then he casts suggestion on him.
Oh, Jesus.
And here's what's suggested. Oh no! Well, that's enough. That is enough.
I'm sorry, what was your holy symbol for that?
My pen. I mean, I could increase it by 2, but he'd still beat it because if he meets the DC. So
Okay.
I was smart. I should have done that, but it wouldn't have made a difference, unfortunately.
Can you inflict disadvantage on him with your inspiration? Or am I confusing things?
Oh, is that a thing? I thought I could only give myself advantage.
I've just forgotten.
Yeah, it's
Well-
not a thing, unfortunately.
Never mind.
Unfortunately for the players, it's not a thing.
Yep, no problem.
So yeah, that's the thing that happens. I don't know exactly how you want to roll that, but that is what Felon would try to do.
Okay, so you're opening up a scroll and you're saying what? I'm sorry?
I'm saying I've got something that I think might be able to help sort of smooth this along, make things go a little faster. And what I pull out is actually something that would help. It is my notes on exactly what's been going on with the ore and how we solved it. And as I'm showing this to him, that's when I'm casting the suggestion. So that is what he would have in front of him when I say that.
Okay. And I mean, I imagine that part of the verbal component of the suggestion is the actual suggestion.
Mhm.
So what is that as you're trying to cast it along?
I would say, so why don't you pass this up to your superiors? We'll get going. We don't want to take any more of your time. You'll pass this along. By the time we get to Baldur's Gate, they'll totally understand what's going on.
As he looks at it, make a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh.
Inspire yourself.
I didn't say it before I rolled. I can't.
Sorry.
I didn't say it before I rolled. No, it's not your fault. I should have thought of that, but I didn't. That would have been a really good time to use inspiration.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it go.
Uh-huh.
Mostly because you said it immediately after you clicked.
Okay, so you allow me to use inspiration.
I
on
will
that.
allow you to burn your inspiration.
Okay, my inspiration is burned.
It says, well, and then he looks at it again, and it looks, you know, when you usually explain things, Felon, sometimes how people's eyes just glass and they have to cut out at a certain time. This seems to be better written. And he looks at it, and he stares at it, and he's just, yeah, that sounds good. I'll need copies in triplicate. I'll have to give you a couple of informational things. You'll need a couple of forms regarding your cargo.
Understandable. Why don't we take an hour? We'll hash it all out. I'll get you the copies. Everything will be good.
Do you carry forms with you this far out from Baldur?
And he pulls out. It's not just a piece of paper. It looks like it's looks like it's a folder of papers out of his pack. He says, "Well, we got to document everything." And I think that's where we will wrap our session.
Oh yes.
Yes, I know that's
Faded-
very appealing for Felon.
No, it's the paperwork cliffhanger. Something only dreamed of, never implemented.
The paperwork cliffhanger.
I am so genuinely surprised that worked. I mean, it didn't work at all the way I intended, but it worked.
Well, I don't think suggestion actually says anywhere that if you goof up, they know it. It's not like the friend or the charm ones
Right, yeah.
where they get pissed at you.
Because it's like the whole premise of the spell is like you're making a suggestion that would seem reasonable, right? So they may not agree with it, but it's not something that's like so against their nature that they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he couldn't like suggest he turned around and stabbed his buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
'cause-
I like it. I especially like that there was iron ore in the cart because I don't think any of us actually checked to see what
None
was
of
in the
us
cart.
looked.
It was basically, as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh, it's going to be something horrible in there.
It's gonna be his dead servants' bodies or something. And it's gonna be awful.
It's just going to be a pile of those candles is what it's going to be.